All right, positive energy all the time. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Hope y'all had a great day. I'm representing Chicago, everybody on YouTube, everybody on Kick, Twitch, and Facebook. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. Make sure you represent your city. Support the channel. Hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and support the channel. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Got a great conversation tonight. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boy, oh boy. So I'm ready because I know you all gonna, especially some of the men, I know you're gonna I kind of get a little pushback from the men with these type of conversations, but it's all good. I'm ready for it. Once again, be sure to hit the like button, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and support the channel. Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Make sure you hit that super chat. Oh boy. Here we go. Relationship conversations are always a little crazy, but it's always great. And this one is not, this one is about babies. Babies, babies, babies. And I'm trying to encourage you to have some babies. Okay? Have some babies. have some babies. Okay. I always get pushed back with this conversation. Always. Always, 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 always. Let's see what you're representing. What y'all repping? We got Atlanta in the building. We got Pittsburgh in the house. Rep your city, rep your city. Rep your city. You say you heard an old man brag about not having no kid. He said he's the prize. I guess so. Much respect. Salute, salute. What sparked this one? I don't know. I thought about this a few days ago. Let me think about that, G Rob. What made me talk about this? I'm not sure, G Rob. I don't know. But it's something, it might come to me. I might remember why I decided to talk about it. Always a pleasure. We got San Jose in the building. Resistance is expected, but how can a person that was born be against birth? So are you saying your mother never should have had you? That's a little weird because you have to be born to be against birth. If you wasn't born, you wouldn't have an opinion. So that's a little hypocritical. I would say that's a bit hypocritical. I would say for you to be born and be against birth, I would say that's a little bit hypocritical. I would imagine. I would say you're leaning towards selfishness a little bit. Are you saying if you're against having babies, are you saying your mother never should have had you? Ew. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm glad my mama had me. I am glad my mother had me. I don't know. But we're going to get into it. I'm ready for all the different discussions. On this conversation, I got a friend that's gay, a female, and she's having a baby. I didn't want to seem weird and ask her how, but she is having a baby. Her and her female companion, they're having a baby. Now, it's one of their babies, and the other one is really not their baby, but they're raising a baby, which is fine. because I feel like if you're a woman and you can't have children, I would say socially and psychologically, it would probably be good for you to adopt a child. I think it would help a lot. I think you would be doing a service to mankind by taking care of that baby and raising it and being their mother so that that child's got a mother. And I think it would be good psychologically for you to be a mother. Yeah, it does. It does. Either way, either way, either way, either way, you're pushing something, you're pushing against something that you benefited from. Either way. Because at the end of the day, you were born. So at the end of the day, a person that's born that's not for another person being born would be classified as extremely selfish. I would think they would be classified as extremely selfish because they are benefiting from being born. I would say psychologically. I mean, I got a natural abilities as a psychologist and psychiatrist, and naturally, and I would say there's something wrong with them. Something is not there. Maybe they um, are totally an irresponsible person, or there's something there for a person to have a sexual organs designed to reproduce and choose not to live a natural life. Because having babies is natural, but you don't choose not to eat. You don't choose not to breathe. You don't choose not to do none of the other natural things. But the one that takes a little responsibility, you choose not to go that route. Interesting. uh, if I had two males in my life, and I went to go into business, and one male, he's got a couple of children, a wife, and the other one don't want to have any children, I definitely wouldn't go into business. Me personally, I'm not trying to judge you, but I would not go into business with the one that don't want to have children. Ain't no way. I wouldn't go into business with that one. That one could be extremely selfish. If one is having trouble maintaining stability for themselves, that would be a loser. That would be a loser, and maybe having a child can turn them into a winner. Because if you're a grown ass man and you can't take care of yourself for financial reasons, you, sir, are a loser. Not you, but typically losers. So maybe having a child will turn you into a winner. Maybe you'll go out there and you'll go get it, partner. I think that could help turn you into a winner. I think that can motivate you. I think some responsibility can help pull you out that rut where you're, woe is me, I can't take care of myself. Oh my God, oh, woe is me. I can see you having you know, a little spot in your life where things ain't going good. But for that to be long term, like you can't have no baby from 20 to 40, you're that broke for like 20 years. What would you say about a person that's broke and busted and can't have enough money to raise a child from 20 to 30 years old. What would you say about that individual? They probably should have went to school and learned a trade. Right? How do you deal with child support? I'm gonna get to that part. Probably by not cheating on your woman so that she dump you and be mad and want to take your money. I'm just saying. Let me tell y'all something. If some of these men are talking about child support, they dog the women out. They break up. She's extremely mad, so she tries to break him. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. In 90% of the cases where women are really mean to the men were dogs. Cheating on her, mistreating her, but mainly sleeping around. Maybe even gave her a couple STDs. Because when you're with a woman and you treat her well and she loves you and you love her, she will not do that. She will not. She will not even take you to child support if you're a responsible man and look out for your child. That's a fact. I broke up with women that had my children. They never took me to child support, but they wasn't there broke with my baby either. I showed up with my baby. I was in a relationship where I had an ex that lived in Harvey, Illinois, and I was with a new wife. And when Christmas came, I bought everything for that household, and I bought everything for my daughter, and she was keeping my son by another woman for them, and her niece, that she was raising her niece for her sister. Her sister had medical conditions. So she had her niece, that was a young baby, young girl. She had my son, whose mother had some issues from a past, and she had our daughter. And I made sure that I took care of both households. I made sure that she had, they're not going to be in there without nothing to eat. And they're not going to be in there and not have Christmas or nothing like that. No, I'm not doing that. So some men are bums. So when they come over here, my baby mama tried to do this, he's not going to tell you he cheated. He's not going to tell you he gave her STD. He's not going to tell you he slept with her sister or slept with her girlfriend or he was sleeping around. He ain't going to tell you that part. He's going to leave the part out why she's so angry. Because I'm telling you, if you're not extremely mean and you're decent, the woman, he don't send no money at all. Yeah, don't send a quarter. They won't tell you that part. Listen, I have also been with women that already had a child by some of you bums. And you bums never sent your son or your daughter nothing. As a matter of fact, I had a situation where I was raising a boy, and the father hadn't seen the boy in a long time. And the father calls my woman and say he's going to come see his son. And the man came and seen his son and had like $28. Let me repeat this myself. The son had to be about 12. Their daddy hadn't seen the son in years. Their daddy say, want to come see the son. Their daddy came to our apartment with $28. I woo-wop to the school wop and chased him out. I can't get into the details of the chase out because I'm on YouTube and I'm not promoting any violence. I didn't touch him. It wasn't no violence, but It was a little gangster. $28 for his son. So when you see these dudes come over here talking, that's them. They're the ones. They're the $28 for their son. They ain't seen. They don't check on their baby and all that. They coming over here lying. She had to take him to child support because if she don't, he ain't gonna give her nothing. So when you come over here and talk about child support that you're going through, I know you're a bum, or I know there's a reason because typically, especially a black woman, if you are decent with a black women is riders. Facts. They got a little gangster in them. And they're not going to the police on you or reporting you if it could be worked out. That's a fact. The black woman is not going to snitch on you to no child support unless you're a freeloading bum. That's a fact. This is Big Pharaoh. This is Big Pharaoh. I raised a lot of children. Mine and some of you bums' children. Yeah, I raised some bums babies. And the way I dealt with bums is I didn't tell my queen to take them to child support. I told the bum daddies, oh, listen, next time I see your face, school wop to the boo wop. You know, just get lost and stay lost. They'll find you when they get grown. You know, I got it. Don't worry about it, bum. Move your bum ass on. Don't come back. Don't come back. And when they leave, I might, JoJo, hey, little Donnie, don't let him come back over here on this block, okay? All right. What up? I tell your mom and them, I said, what's up? Tell you how your dad feeling. Good, all right. Hey, but don't let him come, don't let him come back over here on the guys. Your child mother put you on child support and the system take it out weekly checks. Yeah, probably so. I got to know both sides of the story. You think it was damaging in hurtful form? Hey, look at me. Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't. I'm trying. I'm taking care of the mama. It is what it is. When he grow up, he can go crawl back to his daddy, his bum ass daddy. You know what I'm saying? All I could tell him is don't grow up and be a bum like your daddy. You know, Pharaoh don't really got emotions like that. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's between him and his bum ass daddy. You know what I'm saying? What you want me to do? Like I care about his feelings. Let me tell you something. Let me drop some knowledge on you, young brother, because I got love for you. Let me drop some knowledge on you. All it takes is a couple new games for the PlayStation and some new sneakers, and the son is fine, back right. He back fine. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. This Big Pharaoh. All it take, everybody that raised kids know I ain't lying. All it take is to the game store, right? Couple games for the PlayStation or the Xbox, some new sneakers, and the son, the stepson, he back Gucci. He back Gucci. He like, fuck my deity. You know what I'm saying? Oh my soul. Oh my soul. He like, fuck my deity. Oh my soul. Y'all, these kids, listen, man, these kids smart. Soon as I take short, first off, Shorty already on my games. You know what I'm saying? Shorty been on my games from when I met his mom. So I met his mom. I gave him my Sega. I gave him my Sega straight in the door. Now, as far as him growing up and not wanting to deal with me, well, you ain't my son. So whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm helping your mama. You know what I'm saying? I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I know when I say I'm the realest nigga alive, I'm not kidding. Listen, shorty, I'm helping your mama with you. This is not a direct relationship. You know what I'm saying? You winning because your mama winning. So you winning. Just win, shorty. That's it. Just take the win. You got somebody there, your mama and this man is you doing good. You're doing well. Go with the wind. Don't worry about your daddy. Your daddy got $28. Don't worry about him. Don't grow up like him. That's all you got to do. That's it. The day gonna come, you're gonna be 18 and you can skedaddle. You know, you can hit 18 and go do you, shorty. If you all pent up energy, you know, because you sure can't fight. You know what I'm saying? So I know your energy ain't that pent up, you know, because Pharaoh gonna unpin it. You know, Pharaoh gonna unpin your energy. You know what I'm saying? But no, we didn't have no problems. He was cool. He went on with his life and whatever. I don't, you know. $28 though, y'all wouldn't be mad. If y'all was with a queen and she had been struggling with a boy and you meet her and then you start helping her and the daddy ain't around. And if he showed up with your queen, with her child, that you love her and you loved your child, and if a man showed up for that baby birthday with $28, you wouldn't be mad. Be honest. If you was a real G and he didn't call your woman and you being gracious, because a lot of men don't even want him in the house. Now he can't come in and go outside and get it. If I let him come in the kitchen, be honest. If he pull out $28, you wouldn't be like $28. Come on, man. $28 and we ain't seen you in years, bruh. $28? I'm not lying. That man came and would have gave his son $28 at the kitchen table. Now, if you know anything about men, we gonna get this mad, right, man? But if our queen get this mad, ain't we gonna move up to that mad? Because we get madder when she get mad. I know my daddy did. You know, my mama could kick my daddy madness up. You know, so my daddy mad like, y'all kids need to stop y'all stuff. And my mama started hollering, yeah, they running around here doing all this. And then he started hollering, yeah, because y'all, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Y'all grew up with a real mom and daddy. Your mama couldn't kick your daddy. She didn't kick your daddy madness up. The madder she get, don't he be madder than he usually be? I'm just saying. He wouldn't even been that mad if mama wasn't tripping. Once his wife started tripping, it's all the way up. So when I seen her face and her disappointment, you know what I'm saying? $28, bro, for the birthday, and ain't seen him in years. So needless to say, he didn't see him in more years. They probably worked that out when the boy got older. He probably seen his loving daddy. I don't know. I was just controlling what's going on in this house with us, you know, like that. I don't know where we fresh out of. I don't know. But if he's fresh out of prison, he know he's supposed to stay till he get himself together. He know that. He know he would have did better. Just stay until he got himself together, popping up, man. Tell her, I've been in prison, locked up, this and that. He had 300, he had 200, 400, something. 28. But we don't give a damn how long you been locked up. You can't come over here with $28. Nowhere, no how, no way, bro. That's an insult. What we supposed to do with this? Buy him lunch? Did he talk back? Well, I can't go into the details how I told him to leave, but I know he was trying to get the hell out of there. I can't say. But it wasn't like I didn't negotiate with him to leave. It didn't go like that. You gotta understand this happened in O Block. I had just got out of I had just been in the county jail for 4 months. So I'm fresh out the county jail. And you know, I didn't, I really didn't say nothing. So that's all I could say. I just went in the room and came back and he left. So that's it. I just went and came. You know what I'm saying? I was not playing. I just went in the room and came back and then he seen what time it was. It ain't finna be no whole lot of chitter chatter. It's gonna be some bark. You know what I'm saying? Ain't finna be no bunch of chitter chatter, bro. You know what time that is, right? You ain't stupid. And then she was the one telling, she was doing all the, get your ass, You know what I'm saying? What you think the mama was saying? You gonna do her baby like that? Her baby ain't seen you since he was born, kind of. You gonna come disrespect her with $28 with this baby? She been raising this baby. But by the time I met her, his boy was already 8. Before I met him, that's a long time not take care of your baby and then show up with $28. Like if I was in jail and I had a son like that, I want to take care of him, I might put him on the phone and be like, listen, daddy messed up right now, but as soon as I get myself together, I'm gonna come, look out for you. I tell her too, listen, I'm sorry for all this. You know what I mean? I would call and be like, look, I'm sorry for all this. I've been locked up. I ain't got no money right now. As soon as I get some money, I'm gonna look out for you. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like a G. And I'm not coming over there. And then a matter of fact, if I only got $100, I'm a like Western Union. I ain't even gonna come. I'll be like, look, I'm gonna just send you a little something as I get it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like a gangster. Like if I don't got, I'll be like, listen, I don't hardly got no money. But this what I'm gonna do. Every week or whatever, I'm gonna send you 25, 50, 10, whatever. I'm gonna send you something every week. Like that. Until I get on my feet. You know what I'm saying? And then a woman will be like, well, okay. You know what I'm saying? I understand, yo. You just how long you was locked up. Okay, like that. Okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to do it. I'd be like, I'm gonna just send you something. I'm messed up. I don't got nothing. I gotta find somewhere to live and all this. I would tell her the whole story. If you got my son, I'm gonna tell you my whole life story. Am I lying? I'm gonna tell you everything because you got my baby. So I'm be like, listen, I'm in a halfway house. I'm telling you everything. You got my son. You need to know what's up with his daddy. Somebody like, listen, I'm at a halfway house. I get $80 a month. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to go back out in the streets because I'm on parole or I'm on probation. But every time I get a little something, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm a Western Union it or whatever. And then when I get myself together, I'll come see him. Now I'm gonna send him a little something like that. I mean, I don't know what he was, but he can't. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it dang. He came to the wrong house. I was there. He came to the wrong spot. That's the wrong spot. You messed up, bro. You lose because you got the Hill Street Blues. You lose, bro. You came to the wrong spot. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about with that, because I know brother's gonna come over that. But tonight we talking about babies, and I'm gonna know where the babies at, because I don't feel like you young brothers having no babies. I feel like you young brothers committing revolutionary treason. That's what I feel like. So bro's gonna be like, when I have a baby, she wanna take me to child support. I had the babies first, bro. Then we'll work on the queens. I can't tell the queens how to treat you when she have your baby if she don't have no babies. Those are two different subjects. I agree. The queen's got to deal with you a certain kind of way when you have the baby. But one reason brothers don't want to talk about it because you don't be doing right when she had a baby. And a lot of us men, we meet queens that already got babies, and the daddies definitely be bums. For sure. I'm telling you, if a queen got a baby, out of 20 queens that you meet that got a baby already, it's only going to be two good baby daddies. 18 of them going to be unalived already, in prison, or bum. Am I lying? Am I lying? She hate him. He done slept with her sister and all this, then gave her STDs. Come on, keep it real. When you get with these women, what the last dude was like? 18 out of 20 times. What's the last dude was like? When you get with a woman, because I see black men always trying to defend black men. Black man, when you get with a black woman, what was the last black man like she was with? What they was like. What your daughter's boyfriends be like if you don't stand on her neck. So your daughters don't be trying to bring losers and criminals and bombs in there. So you don't buy your daughter a car and she driving around Duke. Duke ain't got a dime. Your baby working, paying for this dude. He at the crib playing games while your daughter at work. He drop off at work and drive around in her car, be late picking her up, never can find no job. Seriously. We ain't even got to talk about your generation. What about the boys your daughters be meeting? They cool? Because I see brothers always want to defend brothers on their level. But what about the other level? What about a lot of your mama's boyfriends? If your mama was single, they was cool? No, they don't be a lot of times. Mommy be lonely and date this bum. A lot of times. A lot of times. I didn't go through that because my parents stayed married out my whole life. Right? So it's like, okay, where the baby's at? Now, brothers be like, well, this and that and that. Let me ask you something. Is a community of people safe without no men to secure their safety? So black Americans, we live in a mostly white country. Are we safe if we don't have no men or no people to protect us? Put that in the chat. Because you see they finding brothers in trees and sisters in trees. So I'm asking y'all something. Are we safe without no men? And if we don't have sons, do we have men? Because all the men that protect you used to be sons. If you don't have no men, do you have an army? If America don't have no boys, do they have an army? If America don't have no boys, do they have a Navy? Do they have an Air Force? Do they have a Marine? If they don't got no boys, do America have military to protect us? Put that in the chat. Do you have any protection without boys? Do you have anybody to make any money if you don't have children? If you don't have children, do you have an economy? Can you have an economy? In other words, if all of us right now around 30, if we don't have no children, when we get 60, will we be safe? No. Will we have any kind of economy? No. In terms of family economy, when do children add to the family economy? As soon as they get old enough to work, they become a plus to the economy. So if you feel like your child is full grown at 28, right? Let me see something. Okay. A person in Chicago, an American can legally start working at 16, 17. Some places 15. But we'll stick with 16 to 17. If I have a baby in the year 2000 or the year, let's say the year 1990, 1990, 10 years is 2000. By 2006, can't that child add to the economy of the household? Yes. So now we're looking at 16 years of dealing with the baby before the baby bringing in some income they saw. That's not as bad as people try to make it. It's not that bad. On top of that, they would get a W 2. On top of that, when they talk about how expensive children is, that's a lie because children don't get really expensive until about 8 and 9. Little babies don't cost nothing. They be lying. Little babies is not expensive. Little babies is not expensive. They be lying. Newborn babies are not expensive. As a fact, not at all. They don't cost nothing really. What, some Similac, some Isomil, and what? They don't even eat like that. They don't cost no money. Not that I ain't never had no newborn that cost no money. Like I don't even begin to spend even a little bit of money till first grade. Kindergarten don't cost nothing. Nah, I ain't never. Kindergarten ain't never cost me no money. Like children cost me money at around the third or fourth grade. That's when they start costing. Around the third or fourth grade. Seriously. But newborn, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, not really. Not really. Them little bitty shirts and stuff that them little bitty clothes they be wearing. Nah, no. I ain't never really started pinching off no heavy money till like the fifth or sixth grade. Then it go up in the eighth grade. Then it go up in high school. When your son feet get big. You know what I'm saying? Am I lying? Am I making stuff up? I raised a lot of kids. I'm not gonna lie. All the kids I raised when they was little, the only thing is you gotta have bedrooms for 'em. Yeah, you gotta have bed. You had middle school, but you gotta have bedrooms. That's what people complain. You know what I'm saying? Because if me and my wife, if we got a boy and a girl, off the top, we need a 3 bedroom. That's what people be mad about. They just want to have a 1 bedroom or a studio for them and a woman. right? But instead of fighting having children, you need to be fighting this system to keep rent down. They're not supposed to be charging us no lot of money for no 2 bedroom. That's where the war is at. The war is not me not having babies. The war is going to the system saying y'all got to regulate rent. Y'all cannot be charging no 2 people all this room for some kids to sleep. But you don't want to do that. You know they charge you too much because you got to have a 3 bedroom, a bedroom for your daughter and your son. That ain't supposed to cost no lot of money. It's just 2 little kids in there. Why y'all charging me like all of us is adults? All of us ain't even adults in here. So why they charging us adult rent, right? For 4 people when really it's just 2 people and 2 children. You know what I'm saying? But see, the United States government, the citizens, y'all ain't standing on nothing. You know, y'all supposed to bring that to the government and be like, listen, rent should be based on who live in there too. You can't charge me like it's for adults. We're not for adults. This is 2 adults and 2 children. You cannot charge me all this money for living quarters for these 2 children. And you would win, the Supreme Court would agree to that. Facts. Instead, you're going to not have no babies. You're just going to punk out and let the government run over you and don't have no babies because the government cheating you, because that's the only reason you can't have no babies, because the government cheating you. Am I lying? Am I lying? The only reason a lot of people don't want to have children because the government is robbing you. So you're telling them you're going to let them stop your reproduction of your family because they robbing you rather than go and tell them they can't keep robbing you. Keep it real. But a dude to come over here and argue with me all day that they can't afford to have no kids, but to let them rob you. You know what I'm saying? Why you ain't arguing with the government? So look at this. The birth and fertility rates among Black Americans were significantly higher during the mid-50s to mid-60s than they are in the 2016 to 2026 period. During the tail end of the post-World War II baby boom, that's me, 1955 to 1965, general fertility rates for non-white Americans often exceeded 110 to 120 births per 1,000 women, whereas recent CDC data for 2022 to 2026 show the general fertility rate for Black females aged 15 to 44 has dropped to roughly 52.9 births per 1,000. Higher fertility, this era captured the final years of the peak of America's baby boom. Total fertility rates for non-white Americans, which were predominantly Black during this era's vital statistic categorization averaged well over 3.5 to 4 children per woman. So the average woman had 3.5 to 4 children. Demographic drivers, families were younger on average. Societal norms favored larger family sizes. Societal norms, meaning that society was helping you have children. That's what that means. That society was supporting it. They telling you right here they robbing you. That they intentionally want you to have less babies, which means if they underpay the Black community and pay whites right, that means whites will outbreed you. You will underbreed them, and they would have the military capabilities to conquer you. I'm just saying that your army gonna be too small. They could run over you. And then with them having with all these people, they got a whole bunch of police, so they can lock all your sons up and drive down your birth rate even more. Because if your son in prison, he can't get nobody pregnant. I've been saying this. The only punishment in prison is you can't have no babies. 20 years, no woman. 30 years, no woman. That's your real sentence. When a black man is sentenced to prison, his sentence is that he cannot reproduce. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. That's your real sentence, is you can't reproduce. Tell me I'm lying. Because we was in the county jail, and when I got out the county jail after 4 months, and I went back with my woman, and she said, "You want to watch this movie?" I'm like, "I've seen it." She said, "You want to watch this?" I said, "I've seen it." She said, "Well, what the hell y'all was in the jail doing, watching movies?" Yes. Hey, white flag, in the county jail, how many movies the guards be putting on the TV? White flag, in Cook County Jail. I don't know about now, but back in the day, didn't you see more movies in the county jail than you seen at home? By far. Every movie. And white flame, they'll lock you up for selling bootleg movies. Hey, they'll lock you up for selling bootleg movies in the streets, right? But wasn't all the movies they were showing illegal bootleg movies? All the movies they showing was bought off the streets. None of them was the real movie. Am I lying? They were showing illegal bootleg movies in the Cook County Jail and DVDs. They was all illegal, wasn't they? They was all bought off the streets. None of them was bought out the store. They were showing DVDs and movies that you would get arrested for selling. Am I lying? In the justice system. In the justice system, where they arrest you for selling bootleg movies and DVDs, they were showing us bootleg movies and DVDs. This is a fact. So, this era captured the final years of the peak American baby boom, total fertility rates for non-white Americans, which were predominantly black during this era. Vital statistics, categorization, average well over 3.5 to 4 children per woman. Demographic drivers, families were younger on average. Social norms favored larger family sizes and widespread access to modern, high effective hormonal contraceptive like the birth control pill introduced in 1960. So then they seen my mom and them having all them babies. I was born in 1958. When they seen all them babies in 1955, 56, 57, 58, they introduced the birth control pill in 1960. See? High effectively hormone contraceptives like the birth control pill did not yet exist or was legally restricted. So they wasn't pushing the birth control pill till later. See, it's saying even in 1960, they wasn't pushing on birth control pill. Why? They had factories everywhere. They needed somebody to drive these buses. They need somebody to drive the trains. They needed somebody at the steel mill. They needed somebody at WFR Printing Company. They needed somebody at Wonder Bread, Kellogg's, Post. Who gonna make all that cereal? Who gonna make all that food? Who gonna package all that bread? Who gonna print all them books at the school? So they needed people. No birth control pill yet. No, we don't do birth control. We need babies. We need babies to build this society. Rapid change at the end of the era. Toward the mid 1960s, black fertility began a sharp historic decline, falling faster in many regions than white fertility as social economic shifts in family planning access evolved during the civil rights era. So now you're asking for civil rights. Now you asking for equal opportunity. Now you're rising up. All of a sudden now your birth rate going down. The government wants you to have less babies now. Y'all don't see what I'm telling y'all? You don't see it? So if they coming out with robots and computers to make you lose jobs, why wouldn't you have more babies so you don't need robots and computers in your neighborhood and you can create jobs and be self-sufficient and live in your own power structure rather than live in a power structure where they tell you don't have no babies but also send you home because now they got Waymo driving automatically. Now they got whole computerized auto plants, whole computerized Amazon. So at the same time, they going to try to fire you. They going to tell you don't have no babies. Why? Because they telling you we going to eliminate you. So why would you stop having babies and go along with the beast that's trying to eliminate you totally anyway? That seemed like you would start having more babies. It's a known fact that in the prison across America, they was putting stuff in the prisoners' food to drive down their sex drive and their reproduction organs. You see it right there. Rapid change. Toward the mid 1960s, black fertility began a sharp historic decline. Modern period, 2016 to 2026, significant decline. Over the 2016-26 decade, overall U.S. birth rates dropped to historic lows. The general fertility rates for black women rest near 52.9 births per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44, representing a greater than 50% reduction compared to the mid 20th century. They dropped your reproduction by 50% while replacing you with robots and firing you off of jobs. Now they can cut your welfare. They say, you ain't got no babies anyway. We're not sending you nothing. They can cut your housing. You ain't got no babies anyway. Make it. We don't care how you make it. Shifting maternal age. While younger black women in their teens and early 20s are having fewer children, births among black women aged 30 to 44 have risen or stabilized, as many delaying childbearing for career and educational goals. So they saying the black woman is putting her whole life off having babies at 40 because she chasing money. She need money. So now if she wait to have babies at 40, she only gonna have one. And that one gonna be a weirdo because a child that don't got brothers and sisters be weird a lot of times. They lack social skills. They don't know how to get along with people. They don't. They don't. We learn all our people skills from playing with our little brothers and sisters. I learned all my people skills because I had a little sister. All my skills to protect women, all my skills to be responsible come from my sister, my little sister. I had to take care of my little sister. I had to look out for my little sister. My mama at work, me and my little sister get home at 3:30, and we got to stay until she get on. We got to stand for 2 hours. So it's just me and her, just me and you. Oh, baby. So it's just me and my little sister. We in there trying to figure it out. We in there socializing. We also in there becoming independent because some days she want to go in her room and be a 100% girl. And some days I want to go in the basement or in my room and be 100% boy. So sometimes me and my sister would be children, and sometimes she'll be a girl and I'll be a boy. It all depends. But we had social skills. This is where I learned how not to hit a woman. I learned how to treat a woman from having a little sister. Having a little sister taught me how to treat a wife. Because you can't hit your little sister. You can't hit her. If my sister hit me, I was raised with toxic masculinity. What do that mean? If my sister hit me, my mom and daddy expected me to suck it up and come tell. They like, why would my mama say if my sister hit me, tell? What that mean? That mean, boy, that don't hurt. Just tell us. And they ain't lying. They ain't lying. When she hit me, come on. I really ain't really no need to hit her back. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. When my sister used to hit me, I ain't gonna lie. It really wouldn't have made no sense. That didn't even hurt. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a boy. We outside. We rough. You know what I'm saying? She not even rough. She can't even hit good. So if I'm hitting her back, I'm soft. You soft. Because if you're a real rough boy and she hits you, you're gonna be like, stop. You know what I'm saying? But you're not gonna be like, oh, she hit me. Oh, and you a boy. Not if you're a real boy. Not if you're on a swim bike, jumping hills and falling and crashing and burning all the skin off your arm and blowing it off and still riding. Your sister hits you, that's like, get your ass out of here. Don't even hurt. You like, stop, girl, stop. That's it. All you gonna say is, stop, girl, stop. You're not gonna hit her back. I'm rough. I feel like if I hit my sister, I might accidentally break her. She don't hit like me. She don't get down like me. I get down. She don't get down like me. I'm a boy. She a girl. Girls is soft. But girls ain't boys. You know what I'm saying? I know. Girls ain't taking no hard foul to the basket. You know what I'm saying? They ain't doing that. They sitting on the porch. They like, oh, Sally, Mac. They doing girly stuff. We outside. We rough, rugged, and raw. You can't even compare no girl with us. Girls is girls. They like flowers and stuff. You don't want to break them. Boys is like, This boy done broke his arm twice, girl. Yes, he broke it when he was 9, and now he broke it again. He's 14. I keep telling them, stop doing all that. You know? Boys, by the time we get grown, we be have broken bones already. You know what I'm saying? We be outside playing with the cast on once after a little while. Oh, my soul. Right? So look, significant decline, shift in maternal age. While younger Black women in their teens and early 20s are having fewer children, births among Black women aged 30 to 44 have risen or stabilized as many delay childbearing for career and educational goals. Right? Comparative standard. Despite the steep drop, Black American fertility rates, approximately 1.71 total fertility rate, equivalent in recent decades, remain slightly higher than non-Hispanic white rates, but lower than Hispanic and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander rates in the United States. So they saying we still having a lot of more children than the white Americans. But see, white Americans are going through a birth crisis though, that they trying to figure out. White Americans ain't happy. White American men ain't happy about that. And they blaming that on homosexuality and food and stuff. You know, they saying they more unhealthy and they saying they got too many gay white males. This is what they say. It's not what I'm saying. But this is why so many white men are anti-homosexual, because they say it's bringing down their birth rate. That too many men is with men and they not having no babies. And it's making them vulnerable in terms of war, in terms of economics, in terms of jobs. They saying it's cutting down how many strong, able bodies they got. I'm telling y'all what's going on. So if theirs going down, they're going to try to make sure yours go down even more. A nation can survive and thrive with low birth rates, but it requires major changes to its economy, technology, and social system. When birth rates drop below what is needed to keep the population steady, a country faces unique pressures. However, human society can adapt. Right, with what? AI, computers, self-driving cars, Venmo, PayPal, all electronic stuff. So they don't need no people. Waymo, robots. Which ain't benefiting mankind like that. What is replacement fertility? Replacement levels. The average of 2.1 children per woman needed to keep a population size stable without relying on people moving in from other countries. Did you hear what that just said? Replacement level. The average of 2.1 children per woman needed to keep a population size stable without relying on people moving in from other countries. Why is America let all these Mexicans and immigrants in here? Because the American woman is not having the average 2.1 children to run the country. The country can't run unless you have an average of 2 children. If you don't have 2 children, you got to bring in immigrants or create robots to do the job. So your society will collapse if you don't have no babies. If you don't have no babies. So I'm telling foundational Black Americans, let them other people do that. We need to have babies. And if they not foundational Black Americans and they trying to tell us you can't listen to them because it benefit them wherever they from. You understand? You have to have babies. This is common sense. If you don't have babies, you don't have people. But they keep calling them babies. Y'all get what I'm telling you psychologically, what they doing? They keep calling them babies. They not babies. Those is little people. If you don't have people, what can you do? Nothing. You can do nothing. Nothing. That's why they won't call them people. They call them babies. You hear the wordplay psychological. Many of y'all remember when I was on live taking care of my father. Who would have took care of him if he didn't have me? Who would have took care of my mother and father if they didn't have me and my sister? Answer that. Who gonna help you when you get 65 and 70 if you didn't have no children? And let me ask you something else. If a man is 70 years old and needs help, which man gonna do the best? The man with one son or the man with three sons? Which one gonna have a better life at 70? The one with the three sons gonna be able to do way better than the one with the one son. The one son can help, but the three sons could do what? When my daddy got older and was sick, who took care of him? Me and my sister. He had two children. So while I'm there doing the daily stuff, my sister came once a week, bought food, bought fruit, bought new sheets, spreads. So two heads is better than one. Am I correct? So did me and my sister, we became a blessing for my mother and father when they got into old age. They become a blessing. So if they become a blessing, why are they brainwashing you not to have no children when the children is a blessing? Listen, if a person lives to 70 and you got a child, and the child is mostly no help to 15, you telling me that you don't want to deal with somebody from 1 to 15 that's going to be there to help you from 15 to 70? You get more. Which one do you get to? Which one? Is it more of a burden to raise a child till they get 15, or more of a blessing to have a child by the time they get 15 to help you? Which one would you rather have? Would you rather not have the child, or have the child and 15 years later be doing better than the person that don't have a child? Because I might struggle, but when my baby get 15, I'm gonna do better than you by far in every kind of way. Because just because you got a good job don't mean you won't get sick. Your job ain't gonna come wipe your butt. Your job ain't gonna come take you to the hospital. Your job ain't gonna do all that. So from those of us that have children, by the time our children get 13, 14, we be winning already. The typical mama be winning early. My mama started winning when we was like 5 years old, 6 years old. My mom was winning already. You be like, what you mean your mom was winning? All right. Y'all act like y'all ain't black. Mama downstairs kids cooking. She done dropped the dishcloth in the water and it's wet. Or the cloth she used to grab the dish. What she say? Michael, go up there in that closet and bring me a towel, don't she? Michael, go downstairs and get them clothes out there dry for me. Michael, go down there and get them socks out there. Mike, oh, I forgot to unplug the oven. Michael, run upstairs. Shandra, run up there and unplug that iron. Your mama don't be winning? Your mom and dad don't be winning once you're old enough to do stuff? My daddy, my granddaddy on my daddy's side, they grew up on the farm. This is my daddy, the little one in the front. And this is all my grandmama's and granddaddy's kids. My daddy's the youngest of 13. Whose farm did the best? The man that lived next door with one son, or my granddad that had 13 kids? Who you think had the most food, had the most money, had the best living conditions? My granddaddy with 13 kids, or the man next door with one son? The man next door with one son was starving. My father taught me that. He said, boy, listen, my daddy taught me this early. Boy, make sure you have some children. He said, because the man lived next door and he had one son. And my grandfather used to have to send a couple of them to go help the man. My grandfather used to have to send a couple of my aunts and uncles over to the other man's house to help him because he was over there starving. Whereas my granddaddy was rolling. Because you can't work no farm if you don't got no farm hands. And you got to pay farm hands, but you ain't got to pay your kids. They get paid from eating and living there. You know how much stuff my parents didn't do? As soon as you get fit, you can get a driver's license at 16. As soon as I get 15, I got my permit. Back then, on your birthday, in Chicago mostly, on your 16th birthday, for your birthday, you went to the DMV and get your license if your birthday was Monday through Friday. Let me ask you something. Once I got my driver's license, and my mama needs something, and it's the weekend, we at home, and my mama needs something for the store, who was going, my daddy or me? Did my daddy ever have to go do any of that ever again in his life? Hell no. Hell no. Who went and picked up food at the restaurant? Who went and picked up food from the chicken spot? Who went and got stuff from the grocery store? Me. Daddy didn't got to do he don't got to do a lot of stuff no more. Who got to cut the grass now? My daddy? By the time I got like 13, 14, 15, did my daddy shovel any snow ever again in his life? Did my daddy cut any grass? No, unless he just felt like it. No, it's not good anyway. Women who don't want motherhood, no. If you ain't got no babies, it's a lose. It's not good anyway. You know why? You know why? Because the women that don't want motherhood is babies. Was babies. Checkmate. Listen, the women you say that don't want babies was somebody's baby. So how you going to say somebody was a baby is making the right move by not having a baby when they was a baby? You lose right there. If she not born, she ain't making no decisions. So no, you're wrong. The woman that have a baby and the woman that don't want to have a baby both was babies. Checkmate. If that woman if she against having a baby, then she against being born. So now if she against being born, how could she be positive? How you positive when you saying you didn't have to be born? So you didn't need to be born? It would have been better if you wasn't born? Checkmate. Checkmate. It was better if you wasn't born? Checkmate. That's checkmate. That's it. That conversation's over. How you going to be born and say it's cool for nobody else to be born? That is fine. But you born. So the concept of not having children is a selfish concept from somebody that had life, that now want to say other people don't got to have life. But how can somebody got life? Right? How can somebody got life speak against bringing in more life? So this person born, talk about it's fine for them not to be born. You said that your mother could have not had you and it would have been fine. I disagree. I think it was a good thing your mother had you. Checkmate. If your mother didn't have you, you're not over here making no comments. So let's pretend your mama didn't have you, right? And then you can't say nothing over here. I'm just saying. The only reason you're saying something over here because your mama had you. And that's hypocritical. Your mama didn't have you, you ain't got no opinion. You got no opinion. Now, you said they both to get the same. Regardless, I disagree. I totally disagree. I totally disagree. Hey, I tell you something else too. I'm finna blow your mind. You do know that plants are male and females, right? So what if all the apple trees and orange trees decide not to have no babies? Because you do know it's the female marijuana plant that make the buds. The male don't. On top of that, y'all ready? Do you know there's no female trees in the cities? Do you know there's no female trees in the cities? You know which tree makes the sperm? The male. The sperm is pollen, right? And when all these male trees make all this pollen, and there's no female trees that catch the pollen, you know you get extreme allergies. You know allergies come from stopping reproduction amongst the plants. Did you know that? Did you know that Americans' allergies are getting worse and worse and worse because there's no female trees to impregnate to catch the pollen? You also know because there's no female trees, you got to go to the grocery store because they won't let the trees make your fruit because that's all supposed to be free. So you know defertilization of the plants is the reason you got to go to the store. You also know that's the reason they selling you seedless fruits because they say the oranges don't have to have no babies either. They say the apples don't have to have no babies. They say the grapes don't have to have no babies. The same principles that they putting on mankind, they putting that on your food. Also, what is eating fruit with no seeds going to do to your daughter's reproduction organs and your son's reproduction organ when they eating food designed not to reproduce? Y'all don't want to go. You want to go down that road? So the whole non-reproduction is the reason we got to go to the store. Am I lying? What's the difference in an apple having apples and a woman having a baby? It's the same thing. The apple tree having babies. The orange tree having babies. The woman's having babies. The cow is having babies. But you want to go eat a pig, but if the pig didn't have no babies, you wouldn't have no pork. So the whole concept of no babies is what people saying Bill Gates trying to do to put you on this weird fake meat. If you want to go from humanoid destruction to plants and animals, they trying to do that to everything, not just people. They trying to do that to people, make you don't reproduce. They trying to make sure the food don't reproduce. They trying to make sure the animals don't reproduce. They really want to feed you clone meat. If you want to go that deep into it, it's all the same now. It's no coincidence they trying to tell you ain't got to have no babies. It ain't no coincidence now. It ain't no coincidence now, okay? Let me ask you something. Let me ask y'all something. Seriously. If they're pushing that it's all right not to have no babies, would you trust anybody that make this tell you it's all right for you not to have no babies? I'm just asking. Would you trust the same society that make these tell you it's all right for you not to have no babies? I'm just asking. Would you trust them? I'm just asking. Would you trust them? Would you trust them to tell you don't need to make no more people? Because they say you don't got to make no people. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. While they telling you you ain't got to have no babies and make no people, they making people. They making electronic people. I'm just saying. A nation can survive and thrive with low birth rates, but it requires major changes to its economies, technology, and social system, meaning it's going to have to make robots. When birth rates drop below what is needed to keep the population steady, look what they're telling you. When birth rates drop below what is needed to keep the population steady, a country faces unique pressures. However, human society can adapt. Replacement level, the average of 2.1 children per woman, needed to keep a population size stable without relying on people moving from other countries. So if they can get the foundational Black woman to have less than 2 babies, we will disappear. And they'll be able to replace us with robots or foreigners. If the Black woman has less than 2 babies, you will be replaced. Replacement level, you can be replaced. The average of 2.1 children per woman is needed to keep a population size stable. Low fertility, when birth rates stay well below this 2.1 number for a long time. The main challenges: fewer workers. There are fewer young people entering the workforce to pay taxes. Aging population. More older adults need pensions and medical care, which costs a lot of money. Slower growth. Businesses may struggle to find enough employees to expand. Not only employees, if you don't have people, you don't have customers. So if foundational Black Americans, right? So let's say all of us, we live in a city, all of us. And all of us dudes, we get women and they start getting pregnant. They have 1 baby, they have 2 babies, some have 3, right? It's our city. We the only ones live there. All right. How many baby clothes are we selling? Us, to each other. How many baby clothes we selling? What ages? We got the newborns, right? That's an economy, right? Am I right? That's an economy, right? How many baby beds we selling? And just an odd thing, if we're building a power structure, foundational Black Americans only live in a city, and the women start having babies, don't those babies create jobs in economics? Because everybody start thinking babies cost money. Babies make money, though. Babies create economy. Am I wrong? So now, if we got this right, listen, we live in a city. This is our foundational Black American city. We all live here, thousands. Our women start having babies. Every woman have 2 babies. When she had a first baby, how much baby stuff we selling? Huh? How much jobs is that going to create? If we are independent and all these women start having these babies, how much baby stuff? Now, let's just start with the little baby stuff. What you got to have? Newborn, 6 months, 9 months, 1-year-old. That's how many onesies. Just onesies. You know how much we're going to make with onesies? We're going to make millions of dollars with onesies. Because you need the newborn, you need the 6 month, the 9 month, and now if you got kids, you know what I'm talking about, right? But then she got another baby. So she got 2 babies. So now this baby, 1 or 2. So now this baby need tricycles and all that. And all these babies need onesies and stuff. Now these babies need food, right? Then the parents need food. So there's clothing for the parents. Then you need transportation. So how many jobs could we create providing transportation for each other, housing for each other, baby clothes for each other, baby food, children's stuff? How much money can we make off our own selves back and forth by creating an economy and a population? How much money can we make? Because I might make the baby clothes, but you might make the strollers, but you might got the cab, and you might drive the bus, and you might make the beds. How much money can we make? Because we're creating an ecosystem. So now more children is more money. Facts. More children, more bread. What they tell y'all? More children, less money. Ain't that what they tell you? Don't they tell you more children, less money? Okay, so why my parents and them was living like they was rich then? Why was the middle class like being rich? Why was the middle class in the 60s living better than y'all? That's a fact. My mom and daddy lived way better than y'all, by far. By far. Many of y'all are living in the houses they bought and sold and retired. All them homes in them Black communities in South Central and in them neighborhoods in New York and in them neighborhoods in Michigan and Chicago, they bought all that. They laid all that foundation. They lived way better than you. Way better. My daddy had a 3-bedroom house, $250 a month, period. Brand new, basement, 2 baths. Brand new. How much money teachers made in the 60s with all them kids? How many teachers had work when the boomers? How many teachers had work? How many schools? Remember, they had to start closing schools because you didn't have no babies. They had to start closing stores because they telling you businesses is closing. You know why? Because you don't got no babies. You don't got no babies. And if you don't have no babies, you're going to be broke. But they telling you that baby's going to make you broke. No baby's going to make you broke. Duh. I looked it up. And I kept putting in Black Americans, and they kept lying to me. Google search kept lying. I said, look at this shit here. They kept trying to spin me. I'm telling y'all, they tried to lie to me to get this information. I knew they was lying. They lying. Since when more people mean less money? More people ain't never meant less money. Let me ask you something. When I go to work at a reggae event, do I go to the event got a few people or event that got a lot of people? Which one I make the most money at? How do a few people mean more money? Less babies mean less people mean less money. Show me any business where less people mean more money. So you make more money if less people getting on the bus? Who gonna get on the bus if you ain't got no babies? Who? So look at Lucifer. He tell you have less babies, right? So he tell you to have less babies. Look, let's look how Lucifer playing. He tell you have less babies, so you start having less babies, right? You have less babies, so now the jobs go down. So now you ain't got nothing but some bullshit jobs. So then Lucifer come back and say, see, you can't afford no babies. Look, you ain't making no money. So they got these white girls and all these women crying, I could barely make it. But he ran the game on you. He told you don't have no babies. You stopped having babies. Your money went down. And then he say, look, your money down. You can't have no babies. You can't afford no babies. He don't tell you that the reason your money down in the first place because people start having less babies. Am I lying? Is that not the game they running? They running a game where they tell you have less babies. Then you have less babies, then your money go down. And they say, see, that's why you got to have less babies. That's why you got to have less babies. Because, see, you can't afford no more babies, but they don't tell you the reason you can't afford babies because you ain't got babies to make money to afford babies. Meanwhile, drum roll. Let me ask y'all a question. How many babies Elon Musk got? Put it in the chat. He one of the richest men in the world, right? How many babies he got? Why he having all them babies? The babies, all right. Why he having all them babies? The babies ain't no good. If babies is a bad thing, why he got 14? Because all them rich dudes got 7 kids, 8 kids, 5 kids, 3 kids, all of them. Why? Why they got them here? Because they want to keep creating their white economy and want you to destroy your black economy. They want to make sure they got baby clothes. They want to make sure they got stuff to sell. They want you not to have nothing to sell. They want you not to have no bodies. No bodies, no money. That's hustling 101. All y'all out there that make money from product selling, how you going to sell that shit with no people? I'm just asking for a friend. And all our street hustles have crashed. All our street hustles went down. You know why? Ain't no customers. You want the Babylon system to tell you that? Black Americans, foundational Black Americans' money is low because we've eliminated our customer base, which was our children. Children. Look, that's why they keep telling you babies, babies, babies. Children. You know why they keep saying babies, children, children, babies? So you won't never look at them as people. They don't want you to look at them as future people. They keep telling you babies, babies, babies. But anybody got babies know you don't really have babies that long. You don't really have babies. You have babies, they turn to kids, they turn to teenagers, they turn to adults. In the real life, you have adults. They said, well, Pharrell, you had 6 babies. Okay, what I got now? I had 6 babies, right? What I got now? Put it in the chat. I had 6 babies, right? What do I have now? Put it in the chat. What I got now? Put it in the chat. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Wrong. Black Americans was worth 2.1 trillion. Wrong. Checkmate. Bye. Black Americans is worth 2.1 trillion. All them 2.1 trillion is somebody's babies. Wrong. Somebody invested somewhere. Six adults. Yep, six adults. I got 6 adults. If we start beefing, and you got one son, and you call your one son, and me, I'm gonna call my 3 sons. That's gonna be 4 armed men against 2. You're going to lose. And if I take care of myself and be healthy, I got some more coming up. I got some grown grandchildren coming up. I'm just saying. Ladies, the last thing you want to do is not have no babies. They lying to you. Ladies, they lying. Ladies, have some babies. They're trying to fool you. They're trying to have you out here butt naked with no help. This is the internet. See, this is the internet. First thing you learn is the internet don't be know what the fuck they talk about. They parrots. Probably what they don't. They just repeat some shit they say. They don't look at it. Nothing. Okay, that's the internet. That's the internet. See, this person is off the top negative from the top. So that's why this person don't want to move their mind into any positive state. This person has got a negative output from the beginning. So everything they're going to display is going to be from the Luciferian dark side, right? They're not going to look at anything from the positive side because they in the dark, they dark. And then we don't know if this person is black. So we don't know who this is. So this is a person pushing dark energy, dark negative energy. But they don't know what they're talking about. This is a fool. This person don't know what they talk about. This person ain't True Breeze. It's not even a real person. This person don't know what he's talking about. This person is hell-bent on pushing dark energy. You don't know what he's talking about. But that same person will go to a family reunion and smile with all them people, and all them people come from having babies. That same person, when they get off the internet, all their friends, all the people they talk to is people that have babies. Facts. He's on the internet talking to people that used to be babies, saying babies ain't no good, but without babies, there's nobody in the chat. See what I'm saying? You understand? He's saying all of this is dark from having babies, but without babies, there's no chat. Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, you come back tomorrow. Right? So he's actually talking to people that was born babies and trying to tell us that having us is negative. But without having us, he wouldn't have nobody to talk to. Without babies, there is no chat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He double talking because he's taking advantage of babies, but he's saying all of it is negative, but he's in the chat talking to the positive that he claiming is negative. He's saying we are negative, but he talking to us. He's saying that our parents having babies was a loser situation, but he's in the chat with us, which it looks like the only parents that had a loser was his. Like, speak for yourself. Say your mama and daddy wasn't shit. See, a lot of people like that, they won't speak for themselves. He won't say his mom and daddy never should have had him. Because that's what he's saying, and he don't even know it. So now on the metaphysical side, he's saying he don't want to be alive. He cursing his life. On the metaphysical side, he's chanting down his own metamorphosis as a human. He don't even know it. He said his birth was unnecessary and was dark and negative. That's what he's saying. He cursing his mother, and he cursing all the reproduction that happened in his family. He's not looking at nothing positive from all the people in his family being born. Am I lying? Cursing himself. He don't even know it. It doesn't matter. He's still cursing himself. European birth rate is still down. Fires is all over Europe. Fires is all over. He cursing his own self. He doesn't know, because sometimes when you're negative and you want to push negative energy at somebody else, he don't know it's a globe, so it come back around. So he pushing negativity to himself. You understand? Then they'll turn around and they'll watch the NBA and then watch the NFL and then watch some millionaire on the football team and never acknowledge that dude was a baby. Never acknowledge that LeBron was a baby. Jordan was a baby. Your great baseball player was a baby. Trump was a baby. I'm just saying. Won't acknowledge people winning with babies. Won't acknowledge all these homes, all these nice cars, all this industry, all of this whole economy is babies that grew up. No babies, there is no YouTube. He's talking stupid. He's not smart. There is no Google, there's no YouTube without babies. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not really interested in the conversation. He just is. Sometimes you get people, they fixated or going against you. If I said something the other side, he would be on the other side. See, I've been doing this a long time. You got people like that, True Breeze. If you say go to the left, he'll say go to the right. If you would have came and said go to the right, he would have come over here and say go to the left. I've been dealing with that a long time. Whatever you say, those type of entities like that, gonna say the opposite. There's no sense in having a billion stupid people. So let me ask you something. How many of your relatives are stupid? Was your mama one of them billion? Because it looks to me you excluding yourself. To me. So in other words, anybody else could be stupid but your family. Your family is not none of them stupid people. There's a billion, but your mama not one of them. See, this is where I'm going to have to stop talking to you. You see what I'm saying? Because people like this exclude themselves and project this negative energy to everybody except his mama. Because he's saying his mama shouldn't have had no babies because she could have had a bunch of stupid ass babies. That's what he's saying. I can't, bro. Come back. I'm gonna put you on tab out. He's saying his mama, it didn't make no sense for his mama to have no babies because they could be stupid. But when you project it outwardly, you don't know what you're saying. So he think all his conversations is outwardly. And he sound like an idiot because we in a country like America, and America's not running because everybody's stupid. So it's like make-believe. You know what I'm saying? It's how could you say it don't make no sense to have a billion stupid babies and then go to a family reunion and smile in everybody's face, and out of a billion stupid people, none of your relatives are none of them stupid people. Well, you're just not bright. I don't want to talk, some people just not bright. And then some people, they like to argue. So what happens is they want to go against you so bad because they get like what we call stuck on stupid. So Jasmine is stuck on proving me wrong. So she'll begin to say all kind of stupid stuff in her effort to fight the facts that I'm putting out. She can't relax and she got, and then she ends up shooting herself in the foot. Because now she's saying most likely everybody in her family, a bunch of them is stupid based on what she's saying. If people is reproducing and so many of them is stupid, how many of them is her mama one of them? What about her grandma? Oh no, not none of mine. I'm talking about everybody else might have stupid people. Am I correct? She's saying don't have no babies because everybody else might have a bunch of stupid people. Now, me and my family, we're not gonna have any stupid people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying what she's saying. She's excluding herself. She's saying make believe bullshit. Because wherever she live at, them people not stupid. And she can't show you no whole bunch of stupid people. Okay? When you go outside, there's not a whole bunch of stupid people. What she's saying is fake make believe. The country wouldn't run at all if everybody in America was stupid. So if you got a whole bunch of stupid people, you wouldn't have no hospitals, no dentists, no nurses, no buses, no trains. You wouldn't be able to go to the airport if everybody was stupid. Am I correct? If there's all these stupid people that she said don't have no babies, but she going to the airport and all them people used to be babies. She going to the doctor, all them people used to be babies. She's on YouTube, but all the people that created YouTube used to be babies. But she not giving babies no credit for YouTube, no credit for nursing, no credit for doctors, no credit for airlines, no credit for trains. She just saying babies is going to be stupid. And all these babies grew up to run everything she do is ran by the same people that she said didn't necessarily have to be born. And her whole life is based off of people being born and she's born. So imagine somebody's born speaking crazy about being born. I'm just saying. Imagine people born saying having babies is negative and they was babies. This is why I keep telling you they like to call them babies. Because if they call them people, they can't talk crazy. Because if you call them people, now you're talking about your family. You're talking about your neighborhood. You're talking about everybody at the store. You're talking about everybody that runs society. According to her, there would be no airlines if people's babies was it what she projected. We don't have airlines. We don't have a YouTube. We don't have a Comcast. We don't have an internet. We don't have phones. We don't have cell phones. Based on her projection, everybody would be too stupid to have a cell phone. And what she's saying is some fake shit just to argue me. She don't believe none of that shit. She's gonna take her ass outside tomorrow and smile in everybody's face in the world, and she ain't gonna look at none of them as stupid. She's full of shit, okay? I'm telling you, Jasmine is full of shit. She just wants to argue. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's not qualified like me to have this discussion. I'm the qualified speaker. She's the qualified watcher. Or she would go get a YouTube page and show us her intelligence. I get it all the time. I am a qualified speaker. I think through things. I get people that's not qualified to get to type in to try to compete with me when there's no competition. Not really. My only competition is other people that's content creator. She don't have to hear me out. No, she don't got to hear me out. What she need to do is just shut up talking to me. That's basically it. Like if you're not bringing nothing intelligent and you're just dark I don't be really want to deal with dark energy like that, where everything is losing and everything is horrible and nobody should have. I don't be want to deal with no unrealistic conversations. She'll be the first one to go to a baby shower, smiling. She ain't gonna look down. If one of her relatives have a baby right now, everything she said today, she's not gonna take none of that to the baby shower. It's phony. She's gonna turn right back around, be happy to go to the baby shower. Well, show me that makes where that's show me where that's consistent. See what I'm saying? That's not consistent. I'm talking about having babies, important to have babies. You talking all against it. And then as soon as one of your friends have a baby shower, you the first one there. Why don't you go to the baby shower and say, girl, you probably shouldn't have had this baby. This baby could be stupid. Am I right? It's phony. Anybody alive that's speaking against having babies is a fool. How could you have been a baby and been blessed with a life and speak against anybody else being a baby and having a life? I'm just saying. Does that make any sense? I'm just saying. That makes sense to y'all? I'm just saying. Does that make sense? To project negative energy about having babies when you was a baby. I just be looking at stuff. If that's not dark and argumentative, so see now, when we get into relationships and you marry a woman like that, that's why you be in the house going around and around and you have to break up. That's another conversation I could have about marrying a woman like that everything would be an argument. That's what it looks like. It looks like living with her, it's a possibility. Everything would be bigger, should make a mountain out of a molehill. I was just saying. That's what it looked like. Been there. I'm just saying. I don't know. But I love babies. I love babies, and I think we should have more babies, and that's why I'm having this conversation. Because if we don't have babies, we're going to find ourselves in a bad predicament. Okay? Period. Yeah. Now imagine me being against babies, and that's me right there. Now, what do I look like with a baby picture talking against having babies? Make it make some type of sense. There I am. That's my baby picture. Thank God my mama had two babies. I'm confused. All these people that speaking against babies got baby pictures of themselves at the house. It's a little weird. So how me with my baby picture could be anti-baby, I don't know. Why would I make up scenarios about people other than my mother? You understand? So my mother had me. My mother and father had great careers with great parents. So now I'm gonna make up a scenario that when somebody else have a baby, they're gonna be a loser. Does that make sense? Does that make sense that I make up a dark scenario for everybody else, but my scenario wasn't dark? So I can't imagine another scenario like mine. I'm gonna say everybody else gonna have a million stupid babies, but my mother didn't have one. Me and my sister are highly intelligent. I mean, my sister most likely makes way more money than her. I'm just saying. And me and my sister are very successful. I'm just independent successful. I don't know. I don't understand all of that. Okay? I'm here to show our people, right? On average, rich people and billionaires have about 3 children. On average, rich people and billionaires have about 3 children. On average. I can rest my case right there, can't I? Hold on. Can't I rest my case right there? I can rest my case right there, can't I? Case closed, ain't it? Case closed. Case closed, ain't it? Case closed. I can rest my case right there. Since we talking about success and who having babies, on average, rich people and billionaires have about 3 children, which is slightly higher than the general population average of around 2 children per family. While high profile outliers like Elon Musk and Pavel Durov have significantly larger families with many children, most wealthy individuals settle for about 3. General trends in wealthy families. The U turn effect. Recent demographic data shows a shift where high income earners are slightly more likely to have 3 or more children compared to middle income and lower income families, reversing a long historical trend. Affordability as a status symbol. Raising multiple children requires substantial resources for housing, private schooling, and children, making a larger family a practical luxury, right? Support system. Wealthy parents can afford nannies, private tutors, and household management, which reduces the time and career friction that often deters others from having large families. Now you say, why do I care? Because I could do what the hell I want to do, because you can't stop me from caring. You can't stop me because I'm grown. That's why I care. I'm grown because I can do what I want to do. That's why. Why you care that I care? Why you don't mind your business? I just said. And then you say, enjoy life, take trips, buy your desires. I don't know. Why do you care what I care about? Right? Right? I'm on my channel, right? You on my channel. So you the one supposed to go care on your channel. Why is you on my channel projected asking me why I care? Why you minding my business? And you can fix it up a little bit. You're looking a little dusty and you're not looking too daddy-ish. But I mean, you don't look like my daddy. I don't know who daddy you is, but go fix yourself. Come back tomorrow. He asked me why I care on my channel. Well, he caring on my channel. Asked me why I care. Why do you care that I care? Why don't you mind your dusty business? I'm just saying. Shut up and mind your business. Go on your channel and mind your business. Okay? You talking about taking trips and all that. Did you see that foolishness? He said the hell with kids. He want to take trips and shit. But if his mom and daddy didn't have him, would he be allowed to take any trips? See what I'm talking about? His mom and daddy had him, so he could take trips. He think that he don't got to be born to take trips. He don't understand that before he could take trips, before he could come on my live, his mama had him. If his mama didn't have him, he can't take no trips. But he think he could just take trips without being born. No, he's not selfish. He's slow. He's slow because he's talking about the next children being born and not looking at his own birth. You understand? My conversation is way over his head because he's talking about birth from him and his children. He not thinking about birth from his mama to him. So he said he going to enjoy his birth. So why am I promoting a birth that he's enjoying? Because if he's not born, he not here to take no trips. So this conversation is like way over his head. See, he a little boy. And this conversation is way over his head because he can't have no conversation about having babies unless he start with his birth. But he's thinking from the point of having children, and he's not thinking from the point of view of being a child. So he's overlooking his birth. He's overlooking the benefit of his mama having him. And he's saying his mama shouldn't have had him. She should have went on trips. He said his mama shouldn't have had him. She should have been better with her life. That's what he said. He cursing himself. He said his mama shouldn't have had him. His mama should have bought a new car. His mama should have bought a luxury home. That's what he said. That's what he said. But a lot of these conversations, they think this way. They don't think from this way down. This conversation's over his head. He said his mama shouldn't have never had him. She should have went and spent her money, and she shouldn't have spent no money on him. She should have enjoyed her life and not have him. But if his mama didn't have him, he wouldn't be here to enjoy his life. So no matter what he talking about, if his mama don't have him, all that shit he said he gonna do, he ain't doing. He only doing that because somebody had a baby. Am I lying? Am I lying? Everything he's saying he enjoyed is because he was born, right? I'm just saying. Everything that he said he's enjoying in life started with him being born. Am I lying? And if he takes that concept he told about having babies in the future and apply that concept to his mama, he said his mama shouldn't have had him. That way he just said, he said his mama shouldn't have had him. His mama and them shouldn't have struggled. They shouldn't have spent no money on his ass. That his mom and them should have went on trips and enjoyed their life. They shouldn't have had him. That's what he said. And I agree. They shouldn't have had you. Okay. I'm just saying, you're right. You shouldn't have been born. I agree. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He said his mom and them blew their money messing with him. That's what he said. Like, you understand? I'm glad my grandparents had my parents. I'm glad my parents had me. I'm glad I had my children. I'm glad my children have children. I wouldn't have wanted my son to take a trip instead of have my grandson. No way. I prefer my grandson. I take my grandson over my son taking a trip any day. Any day. I'll take my children before any fun. All my grandchildren, my family, I'll take that over any fun. Facts. All my children that had children, all my family had children, they made the right decision. He says he don't want to have no children that live a long time and give you a long enjoyment. He want to have short enjoyment. Because anybody know that when you go on the trip sucks on the third day. Anybody know that? So he ain't go. He ain't never been nowhere either. He ain't no player like Big Pharaoh. Cause anybody know if you go to Vegas, Vegas is only fun that first night, maybe the second day. After that, it sucks. Anybody know trips suck. So he ain't no real gangster. Like he ain't like Big. He ain't been around the world. Cause anybody know that the hotels all look the same, right? And that it's only kind of exciting maybe 36 hours. After 36 hours, that shit suck unless you grew up dusty and broke. And then you'd be like, I never been nowhere. If you dusty and broke and never been nowhere, then you might be like, oh yeah, man, I gotta go outside. I gotta go outside because I grew up poor and I never went nowhere. Which I understand that. A lot of people portraying their childhood, they felt like certain things they didn't get to enjoy. I've got sympathy for that. But what I'm trying to tell them is still that son could be a millionaire. That son, that baby that you looking down on could be a multimillionaire. Okay? That baby could be LeBron. How's LeBron mama doing from having her baby? I'm just asking, was it worth LeBron mama having her baby? Was it worth Kobe mama having a baby? Was it worth Michael Jordan mama having a baby? I'm just saying, was it worth the parents of these multimillionaires and all these people, was it worth them having that baby? Nobody looks at that part of it. That if you got your child and your child's precious, right? And you put time into your child and love into your child and good education into your child, that child becomes a blessing. Facts. If you put that love and that hard work into your child, 70 to 75, almost 80% of the time, that blessing gonna come back. Now, sometimes, your child be hard-headed, but even then, I know men that their mamas and daddy put stuff in them, and they went to prison. They went to prison for 3 years and 7 years, but they still got out, got a bag, bought their mama a house. They still redeemed it. It still paid off for their mama. And then I know dudes that their mama had them and they was in the streets and they went to prison. But when they went to prison, their mama house was paid for. Their mama's car was paid for. Their mama still lived good from the penitentiary chance he took. The mama still benefited. So some of these dudes be talking, they don't be outside. They just be talking. They not really built like that. And then a lot of times they're not intelligent. Because your best investment you could ever make is a child. I tell you something else about a child. You have a son, right? Or a daughter. They grow up. You're like, Pharaoh, my daughter, I had her and she struggled. All right. Then your son have a son. And then that grandson go get rich. Because it could be the grandson. It could be the granddaughter pop off. Facts. It could be the grandkids pop off. And so if you're a man and you go to casinos and you gamble and you roll them dice and gamble, that's what babies is. You rolling them dice. And you got a good chance of winning with a baby. How do you think we've been here all this time? Imagine a person that's only here because our ancestors kept having babies. Our ancestors came straight out of slavery, got married and had babies. They had the most babies coming out of slavery. They had the most babies coming out of slavery. The birth rate and fertility rates among Black Americans was significantly higher during the mid 50s and 60s. So all these people talking crazy, foundational Black Americans came straight out of the era of racism and had babies and had the most successful groups of Black Americans still today. All these houses and all these neighborhoods that we got was built from Black Americans coming out of Jim Crow that had babies. I challenge anybody to tell me I'm lying. Tell me our grandparents and parents and great grandparents that came out of Jim Crow didn't give us opportunity, didn't have babies and set the stage for us to be successful. Tell me that. Tell me they shouldn't have had no. Tell me they didn't do good by having babies. So you telling me that boy come over here telling me that his mama should have never been born, that his daddy should never been born, that his grandparents should have went on trips. See, dudes be talking stupid. You feel me? How could you say something that means your mama and daddy was wrong for having you? Your grandparents was wrong for having your mama and daddy. They should have went on trips and they should have went on vacations instead of having your mama, that your mama shouldn't have been born. Your daddy shouldn't have been born because your grandparents should have went and had fun with the money. How could you let something like that come out your mouth? But then gonna be the first one, Happy Mother's Day. That nigga gonna be the first one to my Happy Mother's Day. Lying. He don't even appreciate that his mama had him. He just told me that his mama should have went on a trip. Shouldn't have had him. And what he says mama shouldn't have had him. That she should have went and got on a boat or a yacht or something. I don't know, because if he's from Ghana, if his mama didn't have him, he still would be in Ghana. His relatives still be in Ghana. Without them having babies, the British would still run Africa. But whatever. You understand? On average, rich people and billionaires have about 3 children, which is slightly higher than the general population average of around 2 children per family. Now look what it says, general trends in wealthy families. The U-turn effect. Recent demographic data shows a shift where high-income earners are slightly more likely to have 3 or more children compared to middle-income and lower-income families, reversing a long historical trend. Affordability as a status symbol. Raising multiple children requires substantial resources for housing, private schooling, and childcare, making a larger family a practical luxury. Support systems. Wealthy parents can afford nannies, private tutors, and household management, which reduces the time and career friction that often deters others from having larger families. So they saying a lot of times the work you got to do deter you from having larger families. The thing that you young people got to know about having children is this. The win makes up for the struggle. You understand? This is why parents be crying at graduations when their kids graduate medical school. This is why parents be crying when their son make it into the NFL. This is why parents be crying when their son make it into the NBA. Because now you made more money off of that work than you would have did just with a career. You took all this time to make sure you take LeBron to basketball and all these sacrifices, and you become a multimillionaire. Something that if you didn't have him, you wouldn't necessarily be no multimillionaire. Do you know how many parents are living really good because of the effort they put into raising their children. Children is the best investment you could ever make in your life. Trust me. I tell you something else too. I know people that have made great investments in the business and didn't have no children. And then they reached the point where they ain't had nobody to pass the business down to. Because anytime you build a business, and this is what white men know, and you ain't got no son or daughter to pass it to, you just wasted your time. Who gonna run it? You gonna spend all that time running the business, but you ain't got nobody to, for what? You think you buying Hershey chocolate, Ford? No, they got family. They're still Fords. They're still Hershey's. Yes, they have babies. They have families. They'll go through anything to have a family to make sure that their family stay forever so that the business stand in the family. The family is the main important part of the business. In many cases, the business is named after the family. In the real world, this fool telling me that I should have went on a trip, but my daughter is in medical. Well, my son is in Hollywood making cartoons. He talking stupid. He's saying that all that success my children got, I should have passed that to go on a stupid trip. When in reality, he ain't no G like that. He talking to the wrong one. I got 6 kids, and I've been more places than he been. You know what I'm saying? I lived in Hawaii. He talking like having children stop you from going on a damn trip. Let me ask y'all something. Do having a baby stop you from going on a trip? Because that's what he said. He said instead of having a baby, you should go on a trip. I said, bro, if you so broke that you got to pick between a baby and a trip, you need to go sit your ass broke ass down. Bro, you broke. You sound broke. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I'm saying is, if you like that, you going to have your mama watch the baby, you still going to go to Dubai. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? So what he telling me? He's saying that I got children, I couldn't go to Dubai? Where did he get that from? The fact of the matter in the streets and the fact of the matter of the hustle gene, y'all young people listen to me. Young brothers, listen to me. I'm finna give you gang. The fact of the matter is kids equal more money. Facts. Young brothers, listen to me. A good woman and children equal more money. It turn your hustle way up. Your hustle, when you looking at that baby boy, and you gonna get the super bag. You're not gonna play around and get the goofy bag. See, when you ain't got no kids, the hustlers I know ain't got no children and stuff, they'll go get the bag a little bit, but they ain't got no kids. But the ones that got family and good wives and stuff, we don't get the bag a little bit. We get the bag a lot. And so children turn your hustle up. My mother and father came here from Alabama, and they had me and my sister. Did that turn their hustle down or up? That turned their hustle up. That's how they bought house. That's how they bought their house. That's how my daddy had Cadillacs all the time. Children don't turn no hustle down. Children don't make you get less money. He ain't no hustler. Dude that came over here, he not no hustler. He not getting money. He not no hustler. He ain't getting no money. That's why he was talking like that. He ain't getting no money. Nobody I know has lost a quarter or missed nothing because they had no babies. He sounds stupid. All the biggest ballers I know got children. What is he talking about? What are you talking about? So he know a bunch of ballers ain't got no kids. I don't know no ballers ain't got no kids. But I'm in Chicago. He might live in the backwoods somewhere. But most dudes is getting money. They got a wife and kids. They got kids. They got children. I don't know nobody. I don't know. And that's in corporate America too. You ain't gonna find no white dude in corporate America, no top position, ain't got a wife or two kids. And he will get a divorce and get remarried and have another one. I ain't never heard of kids is the opposite of success. I never heard that before. I never heard that before. I ain't never heard that before. Listen to the young brothers watching me. Don't be listening to these fools. Success ain't got nothing to do with babies or none of that. Success got everything to do with grind. Do you grind out? You want to be successful? Basketball, football, whatever. You want to get successful? You grind out. That ain't got nothing to do with no babies or nothing. You grind out. I know dudes, they grind out. They get married, they have a baby by a lady, she don't be nothing. She want to get divorced and she want child support. They get the divorce and the child support and he still get money. And that child support is pennies to him because he grinding out. If a baby hurt your money, you ain't no hustler. How you a hustler and a baby messing up your money when all the ballers and hustlers I know, we stay at baby showers? Like I'm confused. Like go get a stay at baby showers. Go get a stay at baby parties and kids parties. Go get a stay having horses brought to their house for their kids' birthday. Like their kids be having extravagant birthdays. Like I don't know, maybe it's because I'm in Chicago and I don't know where he live at. So he might be with little bitty ballers, but I be with the real babies. When you hustling, the people you hustling with got kids. Y'all kids be getting together. They be like, "Round, bring so and so over here because I'm having Junior having a party." What is he? Where's he from? Your mom ain't waste no time with you. What happens when you got out of prison? You just still carrying prison. You ain't going out there getting it. You will let prison affect you. That's what happened to you. You let prison affect you. So now when you come out of prison, you feeling guilty about prison. You feeling guilty about this and that. Rather than roll your sleeves up and put that behind you. You was supposed to put that behind you, go get with your mama and go get some money. But you letting it affect you. So every time you see your mind, take deal with your mind, you keep talking about prison. You might as well stay in prison. You never got out of prison. That's what happened to you. Pharaoh, that's what happened to you. You never got out of prison. You brought prison with you out of prison. Prison ain't got nothing to do with nothing, bro. You still could get money. You just ain't put that behind you. That's all. What I'm saying, Pharaoh, you got to put that behind you. If you don't put that behind you, it's going to always hold you down. You got to put that behind you go get some money, go learn a trade, go start doing your shit, and your whole life change. What trade did you develop when you got out of prison? Did you go to get a trade? See, stuff like that. Now you can't be like, prison. My mama looked at me funny. That don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. You shouldn't even be thinking about that. You need to go get some money. But if you walk around, I let my mama down, I went to prison, and you just carrying that over you just carrying that. A lot of times that'll cause like if a man go to prison, he got 2 or 3 brothers. Now he thinking the mama like the brothers more because he went to prison and all that. Right, you're on the right page, right? So then when you get inside your own head, it gonna mess you up. When you get inside your own head. You know what I'm saying? To make it, you gotta be a dreamer. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be a dreamer. Then you gotta chase that dream. And then what you gotta do, you gotta be tough. So now when you chase that dream and you chase it so far, and then it don't materialize, chase a different dream. You ain't got time to be depressed. So like you chase this dream, and then you chasing it, and it don't work. It's like, okay, I need another dream. I can't keep chasing that one. I'm gonna chase this one. And it's gonna pop off. Because it's the positive energy. You know what I'm saying? That's the same with a relationship. Like once you break up a relationship, you gotta leave that shit. You can't keep talking about what keeps him in and keeps him in and keeps him in. And so now the new woman, she don't want to be with you. You keep talking about Keisha. You still hurt over Keisha. Or you broke up with Raymond. And you still talking about Raymond. Now I'm dating you. You keep bringing up Raymond. You keep bringing up your past. And it's just like, I don't want to deal with you because you got baggage. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be able to go get no money because, you stuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, you smart. Pharaoh, you know what to do. You got to dunk that shit. Go see your mama. Because until you go see your mama and really hang with your mama and really fuck with your mama, you ain't going to never heal. Same thing if you got like siblings. You know what I'm saying? I could talk about that. We can get back to this if you got siblings. Like you and your brother, you and your sister, and it feel like the other sibling is the favorite. You know what I'm saying? That's just a misinterpretation. There's a lot of y'all misinterpreting that your brother is the favorite or this one. That's a misinterpretation. For sure. That's a you think your brother is your mama's favorite, but you using the wrong analysis of the situation. So it to you, I understand if you look at it, it's definitely gonna look like your brother's the favorite or your sister's the favorite, but that's not really psychologically what's going on. So you're painting an inaccurate vision of what's really going on. It happens all the time. It's just like I be born, and then my mama had my brother, and then I'm growing up thinking my brother's the favorite, but my brother's the fucking baby. So how am I, me and my brother gonna be the same? You know what I'm saying? So now you lost because you think you and your brother supposed to be the same. Y'all ain't supposed to be the damn same. How you gonna be the same? Your brother was the last baby. That's the end of it. Your brother was the last one got baby. You wasn't getting baby no more. You the big boy. You know what I'm saying? Your brother was the last baby. Whichever baby the mama push out last, that's the baby. So if my mama pushed me out, I'm the baby. But when she push another baby out, I ain't the baby no more. The mama gonna always lean towards the last one that she went through that labor with. It ain't personal. In my case, the last one was the last baby and my sister. My sister a girl. How the fuck I'm gonna be equal to my little sister? See, I know psychology, so as a kid, I figured that out. It was my father, my mother, me, and my sister. I figured it out. Because, a kid, you be thinking about it. See, it's my father, my mother, me, and my sister. It appeared my sister was the favorite. But my sister was the goddamn favorite. My sister was my daddy's favorite. My sister was my mama's favorite. And my sister was my favorite. So how the fuck she ain't the favorite? Duh. That's the baby. That's the baby. That's the favorite. Period. I don't want to be the favorite. I'm a big boy. I'm not the baby. That's the baby. What I look like, want to be treated like the baby, and it's a girl. So how is my mama going to treat a boy like another female girl that's the youngest? Get the hell out of here. Okay? Duh. It's a girl, fool. It's a girl, and it's her last baby, and it's a lady like her. How the hell she ain't the favorite? Come on, my little brother the favorite. Duh, he the little brother. What? Yes. And if my mom would have had another little girl, little boy, that would have been the favorite. Duh. You know why it's the favorite? Because it's the one you got to do different stuff to. So now the other kids got to watch you do different stuff. So they tripping. Because they don't understand, I don't got to do that stuff for you. I don't got to change your diaper. I don't got to sit you at the table. I don't got to wipe your mouth. I don't got to baby you. Duh. So I know people mad because they say their little brother's the favorite. Bruh, the little brother, it's the little brother. Duh. Yes, he's the favorite. Period. What the hell are you talking about? What? He's the last baby she pushed out her womb. Duh. He's supposed to be everybody's favorite. What? I've had that situation where I got one friend, he a go-getter, right? And his brother's younger. His brother's not a go-getter like him. So he wanted to know why his mama favored the son. I say, bro, your little brother's slow. Why is you asking me why your mama giving extra care to the slow one, nigga? Like, duh. He the slow one. She not thinking about you, bro. You straight. She thinking you straight. Well, Johnny the one she gotta help Johnny, bro. He said, bro, I ain't never think about that. I said, you bogus, because you supposed to be trying to help Johnny too. Johnny's supposed to be everybody's favorite. He like, damn, I ain't think about that shit. I said, bro, he's supposed to be your favorite too. But you see this picture? It's 4 of us. You see the girl? She everybody's favorite, all of us. She my mama's favorite, my daddy's favorite, and my favorite. Period. That my sister, she the favorite. You know what I'm saying? I'm a monster. I don't even want to be a favorite. Like, I don't want to be no favorite. I got toxic masculinity on my own. Nah, I don't want to be no favorite. Hell no. What the hell is the favorite? That sound like a girl. That sound like I need her to pet me. Oh no, I'm outside shooting dice. I'm doing me. I'm in Hawaii growing in the hills. I don't do no favorite. No. Maybe if I was the youngest and a little wimpy, I probably want to be the favorite. But I'm a gangster. I don't want to be no damn favorite. You know what I'm saying? I hated when my mom used to rub that thing on my face. Remember, I used to be shiny and your mama pull that thing out. I ain't like none of that. I don't do no goo or no gaga. I don't want to be no favorite. You know, I'm one of them ones grew up. Y'all women got children. Y'all got sons that don't want to be the favorite. You got sons that snatch away. Tell you you're a big boy. You don't want to be mama's baby. And some of you women keep trying to make him be your baby, and he keep letting you know, Mama, I don't want to be your baby. I'm a big boy. Okay? He be resisting that. Ladies, y'all ain't never seen your son resist. He don't want to be that. He wants you to treat him like a man, like his daddy. He don't want you to treat him like no baby. He don't want that. See, that's when you got a father in. See, my daddy wasn't with no baby and me. Oh, hell no. My daddy was like, no, he ain't. My daddy did not want me to be like my sister and be none of that. So, you know, some of y'all, that's on the side note, some of y'all tripping with your sibling, you know, you ain't making no sense. You know, ain't no even Steven when you got kids. That's make believe. You love them all. Don't get me wrong. You love them all. But if you finna go outside, right? And I got 3 kids, right? I say, come on, y'all, we finna go. I'm gonna take y'all out to eat. And my 2 kids walk to the car. And the other kid, I gotta get the child seat and carry him. Who the damn favorite? Yes, I said. The other kids walk to the car, get in the car, they big. Which one I gotta pick up, wipe their mouth, carry them, put them in the car seat and all this extra stuff, give them their pacifier, take the diaper bag. So the little kids see you catering to this one. They think that's making the favorite. Well, kind of, in a weird way, yes, kind of the favorite, but by default, he can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so now he grow up. So now you see him getting baby, and you like, why he getting special treatment? Because a lot of times parents still leave the baby in that zone. So even when they get older, they still got the baby as that in that last child zone. It don't mean they like them more or less or nothing. And then if the baby is aggressive and everything, that'll kind of go away some. But if the baby kind of need help, that baby gonna always get treated more special than you because that baby need help. It might be a little bit slower than you, basically. But it don't make no sense to be jealous of your sibling because they get special treatment. You should be happy because you're supposed to be giving them special treatment too. I'm just saying. Now, as a parent, you ain't supposed to show no favoritism to no older one, but you definitely supposed to show favoritism to the younger one. Now, if you're in a relationship with your older brother, then that's some nut shit where they treating your older brother better than the young one. Now, that's unnatural. Now, your parents got an issue, but sometimes that happens too because a woman get pregnant by Jeffrey, and then she get pregnant by Stanley, and she likes Stanley more than Jeffrey. Or the first baby she had by Stanley. Then she have a baby by Jeffrey, and she likes Stanley the most. So she gonna kind of like Stanley kid a little bit more than Jeffrey's, unfortunately, because your daddy sucks. So sometimes they can't help but favorite the one who daddy they like the most. And sometimes, unfortunately, you get the backlash of her bad experience with Joe Daddy. She only a woman. She got emotions like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's unfortunate, but sometimes people just think you like the other one better. You know, I had a young daughter, then I had another younger daughter. And I used to watch my young daughter come by with the younger daughter, and I would see her face. She was feeling a little weird because a lot of stuff the young daughter get, she stopped getting early because me and her mother broke up. So she didn't get a long period of a daddy like the youngest one. So I seen she felt the way. What the hell she want me to do about it? I can't fix that. It is what it is. What you want me to do? Me and your mama broke up. Shit happens. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, if you feel guilty, that just make it worse. So a lot of times, if you feel guilty with your children, it stamps that they right. A lot of times, you gotta be with your children like, boy, get over it. That's some bullshit. It's make believe. It's better for them psychologically. A lot of times, if something happened in the past with your children, they carrying it. The best way to deal with it is like that ain't no big deal, and I'm not finna trip because you tripping. You wasting your time. That's ridiculous. And then they'll grow and be like, you know what? That is ridiculous. Let me let that go. But sometimes you try to like buy into it, you just make it worse. You just act like what they talking about is crazy and just keep being fair. And if you keep being fair to them, as they grow up, they'll see, oh no, he fair to everybody. I'm just tripping. But you can't talk them out of it. You know what I'm saying? I got a friend. He tripping because he went to prison, and he feel like his mama looked down on him because he went to prison and the brother didn't. But that's him feeling. So he feel like he failed, and now he feel like his mama looking at him as a failure, which she not. He gets self conscious because he went to prison, and he feel like he let his mama down. But I keep telling them is, well, if you feel like you let your mama down, when you gonna pick her up? Because I don't see you doing nothing to pick her up. You wallowing in failure. Where you work at? What kind of trade you got? What did you do to improve yourself? Are you reading? Do you pick up books and read? Are you articulate? What are you doing? Or have you just went to prison and now you just morbidly slow and ain't doing no self improvement? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times you beat your own self up. You know what I mean? Real talk. So, personal and wealth benefits, strategic financial planning, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, working papers, the desire to leave an inheritance or provide for dependents can motivate parents to earn more, save more, and approach long term financial decisions more strategically, potentially boosting lifetime wealth. So, what they saying is your mind got to be set up to look at it strategically to be able to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. It takes a strategy, right? Fatherhood wage bump. Studies frequently observe that men's wages and career focus often see a measurable increase after becoming fathers, sometimes referred to as the father wage premium. So what they saying a lot of times, and I see it with shorties all the time, once they have that first baby, they become more productive. They go to school to try to do more. They become better. Okay? But my parents came from the South after Jim Crow. So my philosophy that I was taught is do the best you can, and your best thing you could do as a parent, if I got some children and I'm working hard to get money, and this is where I want to get economically, but I'm right here doing this, then we taught to make sure that while you're doing that, you help your children get the best education and you help them break the barrier. You don't got to break the barrier. You can work hard and have them break the barrier, have them become a doctor, have them become a lawyer. You don't always got to be the one. And you don't have to feel like you're not successful. It's like we playing baseball and we hit a rubber ball and it go up on the roof. And the roof ain't that high, but I can't get up there. But if you get on my shoulders, you could go up there and get the ball. So a lot of times as a parent, you can't be too much concentrated on just your accomplishments. Sometimes you got to work hard for the next generation to make those accomplishments. That's fine. That's fine. Go to the graduation. Watch your son become a doctor. Watch your daughter become a nurse. Watch your children become successful. You don't have to be the one. You don't have to be the one to feel like an accomplished parent. Nah. All you got to do to be a great parent is keep a roof over their head and feed them and make sure they grow up and they be healthy and stuff so that they can go, make sure they can go to school. Stuff like that. Just the basic parenting. You don't have to be Michael Jordan. You don't have to be the rich one. Michael Jordan mama wasn't rich. LeBron mama wasn't rich. You don't have to be the rich one to feel like you a successful, great nothing. The game is to try, but also push the next generation. That's the goal. No matter where you at, that's the goal. So it could be you and your wife raising 3 children and make sure you work as hard as you can so they can climb the ladder. You don't have to feel like you ain't nothing because you ain't got luxury cars and you ain't got them in no big nice house. You got a roof over their head. You got a nice place to live. It ain't no roaches and rats and nothing. It's comfortable, and that's where they live at. And even in terms of success, you have to teach your children to stay like this. If you teach your children that this is successful and this is a loser, if your son becomes successful or daughter, especially son, and something happened where he fall a little bit, he gonna self-destruct. Because you didn't told him that he got to be here. But you got to teach him, no, you're gonna be wherever. And if you here and you go here, you stay like this and then you get back up. You don't start feeling like no loser under no circumstances. Because once you start feeling like a loser, you're gonna go into depression. You ain't gonna never get back right. To make it in this world, you gotta be like this. If you're not like this, you're not gonna make it. You can't be like, oh, I'm super successful and all of y'all under me ain't nothing. Because now when you go down, now you feel like you ain't nothing because you look down on people that was under you. But no, you the big guy, you run Blockbuster, you're at the top of the world, and Blockbuster go out of business. You got to regroup. Blockbuster's over with. You the big movie star, but you ain't no more. We see it time and time again when people up here, there's something happening, and then they down here, and then they self-destruct. But you was here, and you went to here. So when you get back here, you need to go back to the same here that you was at when you went to here. You go back to that same mentality. You don't go to this here that goes that way. You was here that was going this way. So when you fall back this here, you should still be going this way. You like boom, boom, not boom, boom. That's why it's not good to brag. Look at my house. Look at my car. Look at my stuff. Because now when you lose that stuff, you go into depression. I got a lot of friends did that. They had all this stuff. They had all this wealth. And instead of staying even keel, they was like this, and then it fell off, and then it went all bad. And if you're a businessman, you can't never be like that. When you're a businessman, you don't care. You're a businessman. That's the difference between being a businessman and an entrepreneur is a businessman can only focus on the business they want to open. If they want to open an ice cream parlor, that's all they could do. Just the ice cream parlor. But an entrepreneur, when the ice cream parlor fails, we don't care because we open up something else. Dame Dash is an entrepreneur. He's not a businessman. An entrepreneur, we don't blink. We just do something else. Okay? The U.S. Census Bureau and demographic groups do not track an exact official count specifically. Foundational Black Americans, a term often used for descendants of enslaved in the U.S. Those was enslaved in the U.S. But broad population census, white Americans. This tell you how many people. Just over 254 million people. Black Americans, 49.2 million. And Hispanics, 40 million, right? So the Hispanics are right behind us. We 9 million, they 40. They need 9 more million to catch us. But the white Americans is 54 million. We need 200 million to catch them. So we ain't in the same zone, okay? In 2005, approximately 31% to 35% of Black American adults were married, compared to the historic high of roughly 78% to 80% who lived in married coupled households in 1957. When I was born, 80% of Black Americans was married. Now, with y'all, only 30%, only 1/3. Almost 100% of people was born when I was young. Let's take a break. Ladies, send in your beautiful pictures, all right? So the moral of the story is, if you don't have no babies, right, you don't have no economy. Okay? Listen, stop listening to these people making you think that if you hold back from holding children, that you're going to go somewhere in life. You're not. You're not. Because if the longer you hold back from having the children, the longer you holding back a future economy. Listen, foundational Black Americans, listen to me. The longer you hold back having children, the longer you're holding back an economy. Children are an economy. Children don't equal spending money. Children equal making money. Children equal money. They got you thinking that children equal losing money. Why? Because we are not doing business in our community the way we're supposed to. We're supposed to have the daycare centers. We're supposed to be the Toys R Us. We're supposed to have our versions of Chuck E. Cheese. Where is the Black version of Chuck E. Cheese? Where is the Black business and the Black community where we could take our children to play? We don't have it. So look what we're going through. We're boycotting the Asians. Why? Because we won't even do our own hair. We boycotting the African hair braiders. Why? Because we won't do our own hair. We're boycotting the Asian nail salons. Why? We won't even do our own nails. So this is why we saying children is no good, because when we do have children, yes, we're spending money. Children cost money. But where is that money going? That's why children is a negative. It ain't because we spending money. It's because we ain't the money. We ain't making the money off the children. Give me your best economists. I'll shut them down. If we were making the money off the children, children would be a plus. The reason a lot of young Black people don't want to have children because you're not monetizing the children. So no, you don't want to have children. But if you made some more healthier candy and opened up candy stores and had more babies, the candy lady used to make enough money to buy a house. The Barbary made how much money when we had from baby boomers? From the baby boomers, my generation, how much was Black barbers making? How much were Black beauty shops making when Black people had all them children and all them people? Because babies are people, right? Like you plant a seed, then it grows, and then it's cotton, right? But the cotton starts with a seed. Well, babies is the same way. Babies grow into customers. Okay? They making you think babies equal accounts payable. No, babies equal accounts receivable. But the reason we think babies represent money going out, because we not making the money. Am I lying? If we're the nursery schools, if we're the daycare, if we're selling the children clothes, if we're selling the Pampers, the diapers, the baby buggies, the carriages, the cribs, aren't we making enough money to raise a family? The reason that the foundational Black Americans trying to have smaller families and they struggle with money because we're not doing for self like Elijah Muhammad taught us. We are not doing for self. How are we worth 2.1 trillion and struggling? You know why? Because the 2.1 trillion is going where? We're worth 2.1 trillion in what? Spending. We're not worth 2.1 trillion in receiving. We're making the money somewhere else, but we're spending it. Yes, we become a professional athletes. Yes, we're becoming actresses and all this, but all the money going this way. Every time you look, you got somebody else designer clothes on. You think you flyer because you got somebody else cologne, because you got somebody else perfume, because you got somebody else shoes, somebody else coat, somebody else suit. You think you fly because you got a suit with somebody else's name and you talking about you FBA, but your suit ain't FBA. Your shoes ain't FBA. FBA ain't did your woman's hair. FBA ain't building houses for you to buy. Your car not FBA. What's your car? FBA, FBA. What's your car? Your car not FBA. Matter of fact, you're like, bro, I got my own barbershop. Is your clippers FBA? Is the combs FBA? Everything got to be FBA. Yes. So now if you got a bunch of lazy black men, can you open up factories to make clippers? Are they going to come to work? No. Can you open up factories to make your own hair care products for the females? No. Because you'll go to work for the Europeans, but you won't go to work for yourself. You ain't going to miss a day at master's job. But soon as we try to have something, your black ass ain't going to come to work. So now you don't want to have no babies. So now the Europeans are promoting more babies, and you got the goofy black man promoting less babies, which for a revolutionary, more babies mean more army, less babies mean conquer. So not only is you ain't standing on no business, you ain't got no revolutionary mindset either. What man gonna intentionally make sure he got less people to defend his nation than the other man? I got somebody come over here telling me have less babies so he can go on a trip, so you can come back and they can put you in, ICE could grab you and put you in detention center because you ain't got nobody to fight for you because you went on a trip. Are you serious? Who gonna defend you if you ain't got no sons? Who? Show me any nation that can survive with no people. That's why they keep calling them babies. I'm giving y'all game. They keep calling them babies. But you're not really having babies, you're having people. So now let me ask you something. You say we don't need to have more babies. Do we need to have more people? Yes. Well, how do you get more people? Babies. Babies is people. Women make babies. Women are baby producers. They actually produce your people. Duh. All of us came out of a woman. Duh. She is the factory that puts the baby together. You are the one that put the substance in her to give her everything she needs to manufacture a human. And her stomach is a factory that manufactures your security, your doctors, and everything is manufactured in the black woman's womb. Point blank, period. And if you don't worship that womb and take care of that womb and impregnate that womb, who gonna defend you? Who gonna take care of you? Who because she have the boys and the girls. And she have the whole race out of her stomach. So where the babies at? Why y'all ain't having no babies? They got the young black man saying he don't want to have no babies. He a punk now. Yeah, the black man's a punk. You know, the black man told me, Pharaoh, these women be running over us. You don't say it like that, but that's how I be hearing it. That's what it sounds like to me. But Pharaoh, these women be running over me though. I'm a little B word, Pharaoh. I'm a B word. These women, Pharaoh, these women, they run over us though. That's what the brothers be saying to me. They don't know that's what they saying. But they like, Pharaoh, the women is in control. We can't do nothing with them. We ain't men no more, Pharaoh. Pharaoh, we not men. The women run everything. I don't want no woman, Pharaoh. She gonna run over me. And y'all teach the women to run over each other. Because when you see a woman with a man, you go tell her, you don't need to be with him, come with him. So you downplay the other man. And the whole time when you psychologically downplaying the other man, you downplaying men in general. You teaching her, don't respect no man. See, when you teach a woman don't respect her man, you teaching her don't respect no black man. That's what you teaching her. So if I see you with a woman and I go try to talk to your woman, I'm teaching her don't respect you or me. And what I'm teaching her, I'm telling her men ain't nothing. You don't got to listen with him. Come be with men. Come be with me. Because men ain't nothing. The black man ain't nothing. Come be with me. He ain't nothing and I ain't nothing. That's why I want you to come be with me. I don't respect him. We black men. We don't respect each other. We don't got no respect for each other. Come holler at me. That's what you saying. Then after you'll sleep with any man's woman, you want to come tell me to stop the gang violence. Bro, how what you doing ain't the same as gang violence. So you don't even be knowing what you be saying. Your whole way of sleeping behind another brother is the same as gang violence and can lead to violence. You promoting disrespect, sleazeball behavior within your own tribe, your own people. We can't even, a lot of black men tell you, we don't not even comfortable bringing our wives around the black man. I can't even bring my wife around you. You such a goddamn loser. Y'all ever seen when you take your wife around black men? You ever see the loser mentality? That's why a lot of us, we don't hang with black men. Because you is a loser. You can't keep no woman. You don't bring no women up. And you look at the other brother's woman. Because if you was decent and had a woman, you wouldn't be looking at man. You looking at man because you a loser. Because if you had one, you wouldn't be looking at man. And what the woman don't understand, that this dude, the reason he looking at you, because he a loser. So the same way he can't keep no woman, what make you think he gonna do something for you? He not gonna do nothing for you. And then once you trash our women out, our children suffer. Because you ain't got no respect for the children, or you wouldn't be trashing mamas out like that. So you run around through the community, trashing out the children's mamas, trashing out your reputation, trashing out the women's reputation, trashing out the children's reputation, but ain't got no business. So now we got to buy something from everybody else and do something for everybody else because all you want to do is sleep with the women. And you done slept and slept and slept with the women so much that now you want to sleep with the woman's man. So now the brothers, y'all looking at her man now. Y'all done fell so low Then now the men is trying to cheat on the women and sleep with a man. That's what y'all on. But you can't build nothing. You can't run nothing. You don't want to build nothing. You go in a black neighborhood, all you see is Mexicans building all the houses for all the construction companies. It's Mexicans building all your stuff. You can't even build your own homes in your own city. A Mexican got to come and do the work. You ain't gonna do no work. I can't hire you to do nothing. You know what? You can't do no trustworthy or nothing. And you don't want to have no babies or nothing. You got no racial pride or nothing. And those of us that got it, we gonna get together and shut down these airheads. Every time I go live, loser black men come in my live. And I be so disappointed. 'Cause I'm like, why y'all letting all these losers exist? Y'all ain't teaching these brothers nothing, huh? I mean, our community is full of weirdos and losers and haters with negative energy everywhere. And I be looking like, oh, everywhere he go, y'all let him be like this? He ain't got no home training, no neighborhood respect or nothing. This is acceptable? And you willing to come and show your face like that? Like I had a brother come show his face and be like, no, babies, we want to go on trips. We don't want to have no babies. And showed his face. Showed his face speaking against black families and having children and said it's better to go on a trip somewhere than to have a son. He said he'd rather go on trips as part like temporary excitement more than a son. He said he'd rather just go have temporary fun than to have a lifelong son. That's what he said. And I'm looking at him like I would never be around you for 2 seconds. I couldn't trust you further. Thanks for telling me you were a sleazeball. Because anybody like that gonna sleep with your woman, gonna sleep with your daughter, maybe even underage. Any man like that, he letting you know he just for the foolishness. He don't want to talk about building no nation or nothing like that. And he say he want to go on a trip. And the trip he want to go to, don't know black people own nothing. Not the transportation he gonna take to go on the trip, not the place he gonna go to have the trip. That fool came over and said he want to go give his money to somebody else. He didn't even know what he was saying. He was like, later for what you talking about, I want to take my money and I want to give it away. I want to give it to the plane people. I want to give it to the hotel people. I want to go and give my money away. He didn't even know that's what he was saying. Because everything he was saying he want to do, black people don't run none of it. On top of all that, he ain't doing none of that. He broke in the hood struggling, fronting on this internet. Because the people that's really getting money like that, they ain't gonna come on my live and say that. Only some loser barely making it from job to job and in and out of prison is the only one gonna come over here and say something like that. And ain't no real businessman getting money would have said nothing he said. That's how I already knew what his caliber was. He's projecting a life he ain't even lived. Probably just got to pay attention. Boy ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Didn't look like he was getting no money. Looked like he crawled out the hood somewhere. He ain't even had no self-respect on his picture, on how he look on social media. He's just on there looking any kind of way. I said, bro, you ain't even got no self-respect. Talking about you want to go on fine trips. So why you don't look like a fine tripper? You know, why you look dusty and broke then? Why you don't look like a baller? Why you on it? Why make yourself look like that? Because if he was like that, he would look like that. And if he was looking like that, he wouldn't have said that. The ones that projecting all that be the broke ones. I be outside. Boy, ain't no ballers talking about nothing like that on no social media. It ain't nobody that's going on trips and stuff like that on social media saying that at all. Ain't nobody out here going nowhere calling you, Ram, I'm finna go to Greece. Ram, they ain't do that. You might have to run into him and be like, what's up, man? What you been on? Oh, man, I just came back from Greece with my wife. That's the only way you going to know. He not volunteering that information. He not thinking about that. He not thinking about going on no trip. Facts. He think about the money. That's why he was able to go on the trip. So when you come up here talking about we ain't think about that, we think about going somewhere. Are you broke? You ain't no hustler. Stop talking to me. Hustlers is not thinking what you're saying. As a matter of fact, hustlers do not like spending money. Facts. Money getters don't like spending no money going no damn well. And that's a fact. And them dudes you be seeing going, throwing that money, throwing them money with them dudes them is fake. Them dudes be broke. They be up today and down tomorrow. Them be losers. A lot of them be robbers and criminals. And they go rob somebody, then they go to the strip club and throw it, then they go rob somebody else. They ain't got no money. The one that got the money is the one that owned the strip club is the one that got the money. Them other dudes is suckers be suckers. I'm telling you, they not getting no money. There's nobody going to go out there and hustle and get no money and go to no damn strip club and throw it. Not no real hustlers. Them dudes that be there, all that jewelry fake. All of it. Them dudes that be in there with all that jewelry fake. All of it is fake. All that jewelry is fake. And all that stuff was accumulated from crimes and robberies and burglaries. They ain't making no money. And they don't live that long. They be in the grave quick. They always getting shot. They always getting arrested and shot. You go to the strip club for 2 years, you ain't gonna see the same dude keep coming back. Why? He got shot already. He in jail for scamming. Scammers. They scam, get money, put it on their neck, go to prison. And they scam. When they get out, they scam again, put on their neck, go to prison, and the third time they get out, they be dusty and broke. Talking about what he used to do. They always end up broke. Always. All them dudes y'all see with all them chains on and throwing all that money in the strip club, they always end up broke. All them dudes talking about they going to Dubai and there, they always end up broke. Always. They be broke. Because the dudes getting the real money is married. They ain't really going on no weird trips or none of that. They going, making their money, going home to their wife and their children. That is it. And they not really interested in going on no trips where the kids can't go. Real ballers. Real ballers don't go. They mostly go where the children can go. Real ballers ain't going no one-on-one trips like that. Them ain't no ballers. Real ballers is always family men, like Nipsey's brother, like Black Sam, and like that. That be the real money getters. Them ones you see running around by themselves, them dudes ain't no ball. Them is scammers, robbers, and losers. They stay broke. Facts. They never allowed to be around the real money getters. We never be around those type of dudes. Them is bozos. A lot of the rappers, that's what the rappers is. Them rappers is bozos. That's why they always broke. That's why their careers always fall out. You just look at the rappers. Rick Ross is a bum. Rick Ross ain't that. Rick Ross is a loser. Rick Ross will be broke soon. Probably broke now. He fronting. He not that. Look at BMF. That was goofies. That was goofies. Who gonna sell all that stuff and ride around looking like that but a fool? Don't no real hustlers be showing no money and all that. They're not into nobody seeing nothing. They just into getting the economics. They're not into you seeing it. As soon as you see a dude that want to see you see what they got, that's not a hustler. That's a loser. Lames. These dudes that's getting money, they not showing you nothing. They not showing you they get no money. They going to the office making $1 million deals. They get in their car and they going on. When their car go by you, you can't tell their car from nobody else's car. They do not drive their fanciest car. Very seldom. It's in the garage. And they do not buy the best Benz or nothing. They buy a plain ass Benz. Young black man, listen to me. They don't buy nothing that you're going to stop and look at. They just go buying a little car. They don't be driving around in all them Lamborghinis, and they don't do that. Come to Chicago and go downtown at rush hour. You're not going to see them kind of cars. But them people is rich. But you're not going to see that. A lot of them don't even have cars. I know some rich men downtown, they don't even own a car. They take the boat to work. There's a boat on the Chicago River. They get on that and go to work. They don't got no car. They rent a car when they need a car. They don't got no car. They don't even drive. They eat downtown. They live downtown. They eat downtown. They're not buying no car and park it. They're not driving around. What the hell they need with a car for? Even a lot of the whites that ain't rich yet, they don't have no cars. I'm giving y'all real gun. They don't got no cars. They don't got no cars. I got somebody want to give me a car now, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. So they're like, well, I'm like, I'll take it, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I don't drive. Where I'm going to go? Everything is right here. I walk to everything. I don't drive. Where am I drive to? I don't drive no more. Drive where? I mean, if I gotta go somewhere, I'll get somebody to pick me up. I'll get like one of them cars where they come pick you up. I get one of them nice luxury cars. They'll come pick me up, take me, they'll wait on me, they'll bring me back. You know what I'm gonna do with a goddamn car? I'm 68. Yeah, in the South, but I live in Chicago. If you're downtown and you down, I live in the main part of the city. Let me explain something. You in the country. If you lived where all the fine restaurants and all the places you could walk to, would you buy a car if you were 68 years old? I'm just asking you. If you bought a car and you're only going to get to drive it when? Like tomorrow, where I'm going to get in the car and go? Because see, young boys like y'all just be driving around aimlessly. So you probably can't relate. And then you in the South where you can't get to nothing. If society collapsed, the streets going to be closed. And then if society collapsed, I'm going to come outside and take your car. Anyway, I'm going to come outside and make you get out of yours and pull you out your car. I'll just take yours. What I need with a car for? I'll punk you and take your shit. I'm just saying. If it's that bad, you getting up out yours. Because obviously you ain't built like that. So you ain't even built for society to collapse. But if society collapse, I bet not catch you outside if I need a car. I'm just saying, I'm going to take yours. Because you don't look like you can do nothing about it. I'm just saying. I'm serious, though. If you don't got your shit fortified and got your house fortified and you got food in there and society collapse, what you think going to happen? Because you just playing. But if society collapse, are you fortified? Do you have your, because they coming to you. I hope you know that. If society collapse, they coming to you where you at, because everybody going to be looking for shelter. Ain't nobody going to be looking to drive around, shorty. Shorty, if society collapse, you know where the last place you want to be? Is outside. If society collapse, you finna lock down the fortress. I'm not finna go outside, bro. Society, bro, I got love for you, but tell me I'm lying. If society collapse, where is all my survival stuff at? It ain't in the car, bro. It's right here. It ain't no water in the car, bro. If you don't got water at the house, if you don't got beans at the house, if you don't got the necessary stuff to cook at the house, if society collapse, you gonna go get in a car? This what happened when brothers be trying to be funny and then really be, right? He said, if society collapse, what bus you and train you gonna get on? See he said? He said, if society collapse, the train gonna be running. The bus gonna be running. See, this is what I'm saying. Sometimes dudes be trying to be trying to be funny and they really be not making no sense. He said society gonna collapse, so I'm gonna be able to go get on the bus. I'm gonna be able to go get on the train. I'm gonna be able to go. Society collapse. I'm gonna be able to get in a car and go to a gas station. Ain't gonna be no gas station. If society collapse, it's going to be nails all outside on the street. As soon as you drive out there, your car tire going flat. See, this is what I'm talking to a baby. So society collapse, you ain't going to be able to drive down no street. But he telling me if society collapse, it's not going to collapse so much. I'm going to be able to be in a car. Dippity-doo-dah, dippity-day. When we know if society collapse, you're going to what? You're going to grab the backpack, ain't you? You're not going to drive at all, are you? Are you? If society collapse, you're not going to drive, are you, y'all? Would y'all tell them? You're not going to drive. Like, you're not going to get in no car. That's for sure. Right? Hold on for a minute. Watch this. Hold on. All right, since he opened up that can of worms, let's go there. So if society do collapse, first thing is the bear spray, right? It's the first thing, the bear spray. So if I do go outside, if society do collapse, let me help the young brother out. Let's go there. If society do collapse, the bear spray, right? The bear spray off the top, right? I'm not getting in no car. I'm gonna stay still, right? Let me help him out. Another thing you all, if society collapse, you want to have these light bulbs here if society collapse. These light bulbs don't need no electricity, okay? So if society collapse, okay, you want to lock down where you at. See? You want to, I got to charge this one up. You want to have these lights, which work automatically. You charge them up, and they work automatically. I just got to charge them up, right? And the way you charge them up is you can put them in first you can put them in if you put them in a regular lamp, they'll just light up, right? So you want to have these, they come six in a container, right? And when you screw these in, they will automatically come on without no electricity, right? They have this right here. You can hang them up and they'll come on automatically. They have a little square. And what you could do is if you put them in a light, you just plug it into this. So if I put it into that light over there, I plug it into this and it'll charge it up automatically, okay? These are automatic. They come on automatically. You want to have some of these. And once they charge up, they stay on. And they only need this to work. Then once this charge them up, then they'll work even without this. They'll work in here without that, right? I just haven't charged them up, right? So the first thing, if society collapse, you're not coming outside, okay? You're not coming outside, all right? That's the first thing. You want to bunker in, okay? Because it's going to be too crazy outside. It's going to be too much going in. So you're not going to want to go outside. So you want to get some of these. Make sure you get these. You hang them up, and they're going to come on automatic. All you got to do is charge them up, okay? You charge them up, hang them up, they're going to come on, right? Automatic. You ain't got to worry about it. And they got the little squares come with it, and the squares are automatically charged up. So as long as you put it into a light socket, as long as you got the squares, it's going to come in. But as far as a car, like I said, I'm 68, so a lot of people don't want to understand that part. But a car, a lot of people in Chicago don't have cars because they take Uber or Lyft, and they don't want to pay insurance, parking, and all that because they don't use a car enough to pay all that. You know what I'm saying? A car is for somebody running around. Now, another thing is these. Now, these burn for 100 hours. Okay? These burn for 100 hours. Okay? It's a 100-hour candle. Right? So these are burned, and you're only going to burn it for 2 or 3 hours. You're not going to leave it on unnecessarily. So if you burn these for 5 hours a day, you can get 20 days out of just one of these. and they come 3 in a pack. I got 6, I think. They come 3 in a pack. So imagine how many days that is of life. Okay? Okay, if society collapse. No, there won't be any electricity, and definitely there won't be any gas, and definitely you will get pulled out of your car. These are zips. If you cut your hand, you put these on there, and then when you pull them, they close the wound. So these close the wound. These are called zip cut kit. You put these on the wound, and then when you pull them, it closes the wound to stop you from bleeding out, okay? These are very important right here, right? This right here, this is also a bandage for emergency wounds. It's vacuum sealed, right? These is emergency bandages because you got to be able to seal your wounds. So for sure, you need that. Now, this is soap that you want to throw in your bug out bag. Failed naphtha. You get a lot of soap out of this. It's mostly like a natural bar soap for emergency situations. See how big the bars is? You want to have this in your bug out bag, all right? Another thing you want to have is somewhere to drink water. So you got your life straw, right? The life straw will allow you, right, to drink water if it might not be clean. You also got the pure water straws, okay? Now, if it's cold, you need the Sierra Madre. This is a tent-like thing that you get in, and it will stop you from being cold, right? It opens up. You keep a couple in your car too. If you get in it, no matter how cold it is, it will keep you warm. It's a clear, it's an orange thing you climb like a sleeping bag. But no matter how cold it is, this will keep you warm. It's called the Sierra Madre, all right? So I'm talking about this because he says, what if society collapse? Now, depending on how bad it is, you're going to need potassium iodide tablets in case of a nuclear attack. If you don't have these, your thyroid is going to be destroyed and you're going to pass away. So you got to protect your thyroid. So you need these. But all of this, you're going to have to walk or stay sheltered. Most people tell you, stay your ass still. If you go out there, you're in the elements. Surely driving is going to be a no-no. So when he said, if society collapsed, I don't think he understands what he's saying. I live in Chicago, right? But the last thing I'm going to do is jump in a car. That's for sure, right? But I also don't think he understands a high-class city like Chicago and what it's like to live where everything is at. That's what I live where everything is at. So a car is going to be sitting there a long time. Like I have a car, but it's just sitting there. I got rid of my nicer car and I got like an old car that I'm getting ready to get rid of. and I got somebody want to give me a car, but I'm saying what I'm gonna do with it. You know, I'm not doing all that driving around no more. I'm not running and ripping. You know what I'm saying? That's young people. They can't imagine. Cause I'm gonna go see Bobby. I'm gonna go see Tom. I'm not really running around like that. So let's say if I take an Uber and it costs me $50 to go somewhere and come back, go hang out and come back costs $50. And I don't go nowhere for 3 months. You do the math, $50, right? How much is my city sticker gonna cost? How much is my registration gonna cost? How much is car insurance costing? So why would I accumulate all these expenses for a car if the car not making money? You know, my car's always made money. I was either hustling or running around. Now my car wouldn't make no money. So I'm about money. So I'm not going to invest in something. It got to be able to pay for itself. A car for me, I'm going to lose money. I'm not going nowhere enough to pay that. Now, I be around a lot of people. So when I used to drive Uber, I picked up some white kids one time. And that's where I learned this from. So I was like, so what you do, or where y'all go with your car? They laughed. They said, car dude, we don't buy cars anymore. I said, what you mean? They said, we don't buy cars no more. They say, we got to pay to park it, all right? We got to pay this money. We either got to find a parking lot or we got to pay, like we got to pay a license plate. All I said, we don't do that. They said, we'll go get on the train or we'll take Uber. And they was like, we could take an Uber. It'll drop us off right in front of the concert. We don't got to pay parking. They said, we just jump out right in front of the concert, go in the concert, come out the concert, Uber there and go home. And they said, so now while we paying a car for months and months, but they said, we don't do that. So I learned this from some young white kids. They was like, we don't be buying cars. Like right now, like, my stepdaughter got a car, she got kids, she run around. I let her, I don't want it. What the hell I'm going to do with it? So I don't want to buy no car. It's going to be sitting there. I don't drive around enough. A lot of stuff I order off of Amazon and get delivered, and everything else is all right there. The bank is over there. Both banks is right there. Whole Foods is right there. Everything right there. I'm walking. I walk to the store. You know what I'm saying? I live in the upscale area. Now I got this. This is like, some ball bearings, in case I got to do the creep move and I got to, do something to disable somebody, right? You got to have light, right? So I got light, right? So you got to have light to survive, right? So, you got to invest in light and things like that so you can survive. You know what I'm saying? So this is a nice light. It looked like all this stuff, it looked like the batteries is out. I got to go and check all my stuff and update batteries because I bought this stuff, but I never really haven't used it. So I got to go through all my stuff and make sure I got batteries, but I got backup batteries anyway. Then a lot of this stuff charge, right? So one thing about a lot of this stuff, why it's so great, you could just hook it to a USB and charge it up. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing about these things is that they never run out of energy because they're USB. You know what I'm saying? So they don't got to be on. So they say, well, if you ain't got no electricity, how you going to charge it up? Well, you got to have power stations. You got to have these, and these are charged already. right? So you want to have these, you want to have power banks, right? And when you got the power banks are going to put you in a position where all your other power items will work, right? So you got your power bank. For those that's watching, I can stick this in here like this. Then I can take this. I can put this in my power bank, and I can charge this up in a couple seconds. See what I'm saying? You want to be self-sufficient. I'm glad the young brother said something, so then you get your power bank, and then you're ready to go. You know what I'm saying? And you put this in your power bank, and you charge it up, right? And then you're ready to go. You got power. All you got to do is wait a little while, let your power bank charge this up, and you're good to go. This power bank you see is lighting up. It's going to charge this up. It'll be ready to go. I'll be ready to rock and roll. I don't have to, worry about light or any of that. If I see the lights, as long as you see the lights lit up, it's on. 3 lights, 2 lights. So what I'll do is, now that I brought this out and checked it, I'll go charge this power bank up some more. But I have a power bank to charge the power bank. Also, this is solar. So if I just lay this in the sun, it's going to charge up, right? So all you got to do is lay this in the sun. See, these are solar panels. So you don't have to worry about no electricity or nothing like that. Everything is always ready to be charged up, right? This to the young brother, Sky, right? So it's all good, bro. I'm glad you asked me to give me a chance to go into that. So you want to always be able to charge everything up. You can charge your phone and everything off of this power bank right here, and you're ready to rock and roll. Right? It's got 2 USB chargers. You can't lose. You know what I'm saying? And you just let this sit for a while, then you're going to have light. I got a whole bunch of lights anyway, and then you're going to have light. Right? This is a real nice light, too. It won't take too long to charge. Another thing is you can charge your power bank into another power bank, right? And you're going to be fine. So you want to be able to charge your power bank from power bank to power bank, okay? That's very important. I'm going to show everybody this stuff. Sister Brother brought that up. You know what I'm saying? We're going to take what he brought up, and we're going to build off of what he's saying to help people out. There's another power bank, right? This power bank can charge to the other power bank. Same situation. You got this power bank here. All of these can charge themselves. Let's see, this one is charged up really well. I'm going to go back and check them out. Make sure they're ready to go. And you ready to rock and roll. And all you do is plug this in and wait for a while. You plug this in and wait. It's going to fully charge you up, and you're going to have light. Also, this can go directly into, it can go directly with the other side in this other, it can use this one, can go like this, and you can go from that way too. So you can put the big side in there, and then you can charge it from that way. So you can flip it around the other way, and you can put either side in here to charge it up. So you could use the big side, or you could use the small sides like this and charge it up. And in low time, if you leave this plugged in, you're going to have energy. You're going to have power. Just like that. You just give it time, let it charge up. This is a really good light, super strong, and it shines a long way. It's just all the way dead right now. But you're gonna always have more than one light anyway. So, but this one is a good one though. This is a good one. This is a like a military style flashlight. This is a real good flashlight right here. Real good. And you'll be fine, right? You want to have everything necessary. Just for people that came late. Somebody asked me about survival because I told I don't have a car. Well, I got a car, but I just be saying I don't because it's like an old car that I don't really drive. You want to have stuff for self defense. You might want your things for self defense. You might want things that make noise. You also need things for you got to be able to cut stuff and food and stuff. So you need to have knives to cut food, to cut wood and stuff like that. So you always want to make sure you have sharp objects for food preparation and stuff like that. Okay, you got to be able to cut. You got to be able to do stuff like that, right? This is a slingshot that you can use for hunting. It shoots ball bearings, and this could be used to disable somebody if there's a threat. You need things that's quiet. Of course, you're going to have other weapons. You're going to have, your regular firearm or whatever. But you also you might not want to make no noise. Okay? You might not want to make no noise. You always want to have things for self-defense, right? In case you got a bug out. So you want to have things in your bug out bag for self-defense at all times, right? This is another great item right here. I got two of these. You're going to have these for self-defense. See? These can help you break wood, right? They're not just for fighting. You might have to knock a limb off a tree. You don't want to be all day trying to pull it. And also it could be used for cooking too. Or, if you got stuff you got to cut up or self-defense, you might get attacked by anything. Anything out there could end up attacking a wild animal. So you want to have self-defense. As far as a car, my cars I'll get rid of. I'm about to get a van because I got to go on the tour. So to the young brother, another reason I'll get rid of my cars, Sky Miles, because I'm getting a van for my book tour. So the cars got to go. All right. The cars got to go because I'm getting a van. That's another reason I got a car, bro. Right? You also want to know what's going on. This is a solar powered radio. Right? Solar powered radio. That's the solar right there. Also, this radio, you can charge it up too. Right? So you see it's not on. Oh, there you go.
In 70 at Chicago Executive Airport. Under cloudy skies, DuPage Airport reported 70. Lansing reported 64.
Right? So this is nice too. This has lights and everything on it. Emergency lights and all that, right? This is nice. It also charges. So if I'm in the jungle or something, or I'm trying to hide, I got a radio so I can know what's always going on, okay? This is a great item too. Another item I got is these lights, okay? I got them from different places, bro. So I got these lights. I'm not sure if this is charged up. I'm going to go tomorrow and charge all my stuff up. I'm glad he said something because I'm not sure if everything is charged up. But I can always charge it because this is solar too. So all I got to do is sit it in the window. This is solar, and this will be charged up. See, none of this stuff is charged no more, right? Yeah, none of this stuff is charged. I can sit in the window and charge this up. This is a fan. It also has light on it, right? So this is a fan with a light on it. And you do this, and the light's there. And you got a lantern. And none of it's charged up. I got to charge it all up. So I'm glad he said something, how to charge this stuff up. But this is all could be charged up solar on the run, too. Okay? I've had it like over a year or something. I never charged everything. But you pull this up, and the light comes on. Real nice, right? So I'm glad he did say something. I'm going to charge it up. But it doesn't have to be charged up because it's solar. Sit it in the light for a few minutes, and it's going to come on, right? Make sure it's solar because you might not have access to electricity, right? So all of this stuff is solar and able to come on. Now, this right here, probably not supposed to tell you about this. This is a Durotech 4-way multifunctional utility key and seal lock. All right? Utility key and seal lock. Okay? What is this for, Big Pharaoh? Well, this, let's say the water's off everywhere. Well, these, if you look at some of these big banks, I should be telling y'all this, some of these big federal buildings outside, they got like a metal thing, like a metal plate in the wall. And this will open those metal plates. So you use one of these to open the metal plate. This will open any metal plate because it's every size. And then this one will turn the water on. So I can go to the bank on the side of the bank. I can open the metal plate. I can turn their water on because, you know, they have water where they got to water the grass and stuff. So they got a spout that's hid inside of a metal plate. So with this, I can open a metal plate to a big building, a big business, a bank or whatever. I can turn the water on and get water anywhere where there's a business. So this will make sure I got water. So this will give me access to water. In some cases, electricity too, right? All right. If you want to talk survival, this is called a 4-way multifunctional utility keys and seal lock key. So access to utility outlets. Okay. Bow and arrows are great. Bow and arrows are real great. This is a fire starter where you can, you know, put some stuff together, and all you got to do is that. It's going to shoot a spark, and it's going to start the fire, right? So you just put your little stuff down there, and you're going to hit that, and it's going to spark, and that spark is going to start a fire, right? The reason this one not sparking a lot because I haven't been using it. So what I would do, I would scrape it. You got to scrape it off, right? You see? See the fire shoot? See? And start a fire. So this one, I can start a fire. All I got to do is get some dry bush. Got me a fire, okay? you want to get one of these, all right? All of these going to go in my nice backpack that's coming that I ordered. It took me a little while to find. This was, okay, Extreme Fire Starter, okay? Uh, this is another power bank. So this what I was telling you. This is the power bank with 50,000 MAHs. So this power bank I would use to charge up this power bank and this power bank. So I could charge up these two power banks with this power bank. Then I can turn around and take one of these power banks and charge this power bank back up, right? So this was not solar, but these are solar. So I could take the solar ones, get power, plug the solar one and charge up my big one. And then once I charge this up, I can work my laptop and everything and charge both of these back up without using hardly any energy of these. So I'm recycling energy from these to this and then back to these, but these will still have plenty. This one will still have plenty of energy once it charge up these, okay? So this is the big one that's going to run everything, right? This one right here. And it's 100% charged up. 100%. So this one is ready right now with 50,000 MAHs, and 50,000 is a lot, okay? This the big boy that I can cook and everything with this for some days, okay? This the big boy. These are the small ones. So I constantly got power, and these both got solar panels. So these can be charged up with solar panels, and these can recharge this one, right? So I'm able to always have electricity, all right? I'm glad I brought this up because I need to charge up my lights and stuff. This light probably out too. So these lights are great too. Oh, this one is charged, see? The other one's not. But this is, you carry this lantern, boom, you pull it out, it's charged. All right? So this one is charged, but I'll charge it again. But it don't matter, solar panel, okay? Well, this one is charged. These are great. You at home, the lights out. Everybody out there in Indiana, see? If you would have had this, you would have had light. If you would have had your solar panels, you would have had light. If you would have had you understand? They would have still had light. You would have still been able to cook. All you need is your electric grill, and you all wouldn't have missed a beat, okay? Out there in Indiana. Let these lights go out, they're going to be like, oh, how he got light? Solar. Okay? These are great. These stop bleeding fast. You just put it on the wound and you will stop the bleeding. Okay? And I got the small power station. This one I use, this called the Mopi. I can use this for my Mac computer, whatever. This one, See, small power station can charge up everything with this. Okay. One of the main things I make sure I got is electricity. This is electricity. Okay. So as you can see, I got like four electric sources. I'm going to always have light and electricity. Always. Always. Okay. And protection. You always want to have protection. I don't know if this is charged up either, but you always want to have protection. So if you play with me, you understand? Also, even if you're a bear, when I hit the bear, he ain't gonna be able to bear it. Okay, this is the smack. Okay, stun gun. All right. My daughter's got these. So if you run up on my daughters, and it's got the light. But if you run up on my daughters playing, they're gonna hit you. You feel me? You can put this on your key ring. This is one of the best ones on the market. Who is there? You playing? I'm just saying, this is a good one. This is the smack. You can have it right on your belt, and you can sminack to the dinac. Also, once again, as long as I got the power station right, I can charge my devices. Okay? I can charge my devices. Okay? So shout out to the young brother that said, what's going to happen if the system collapses? The last thing you want to do is go outside. I also got my bear spray. This is a small one. I got the big one too. So I got the big bear spray, but this is the small bear spray. Okay? Okay, this is the small one. I got the big one. This one is the small one. Okay? This is the small bear spray. I got the big bear spray too that I showed you earlier. All right, this is the small bear spray. I got this one. All right, this one is the big one, and this one is the small one. A bow and arrow is good. A little buggy when you're moving around trying to be non-detectable. Something like this is better as far as taking down your prey quietly. If you're somewhere where you're trying to get a deer or something like that, you would basically put an arrow on here, jimmy this, put the arrow on there, and this would still be your bow and arrow. You put the arrow in there, and the deer would be out of there. But they do have small crossbows that's easier to carry. The bow is a little, if you're trying to be incognito, the bow is too big. They got the little crossbows you can fold and hook on your belt. That would be better than the regular bow. You know what I'm saying? And one of the greatest things is a Swiss Army knife. But you can't get any Swiss Army knife. You have to get this one. Okay? You say, Farrell, what's the difference in this one and the other ones? This Swiss Army knife is not like the others. When you get a Swiss Army knife, it's going to have, the various knives, right? It's going to have the various knives, right? But Let me show you. It's going to have the various knives like this, right? But it's also going to have these tools here. It's going to have the screwdriver on the back, right? This is very important. This is like one of the best ones that you got to have, right? So it's going to have these tools, right? It's going to have the screwdriver, and it's going to have this little sharp thing right here. So it's going to have the screwdriver and that piece, okay? It's going to have all four of these, right? But the main thing when you get a Swiss Army knife, make sure you get the one that has the saw. If it does not have the saw, see these? But it needs to have the saw. If it doesn't have the saw, that's not the one you want to get, okay? You want to get the one that has the saw on it, right? They all don't have the saw. You want the one that's got this. You see? Because they all don't have it, right? You see? They all don't have the saw. They got the knives, right? Listen and learn. The Swiss Army knife has the knives. You want to get the ones that have the knives. You see, it's got this part, the bottle opener, all that. It's got the long knife. It's got the short knife. It's got the other opener. But you want the saw. They all don't have the saw. Okay? So this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. You want the saw. Do not get the Swiss Army knife that doesn't have the saw. This is what's going to make you be able to have firewood and stuff like that. This is going to make you be able to stay warm and have firewood. To cut rope. They all do not have the saw. So just don't order just a Swiss Army knife because it's not going to have the saw. You gotta get the one that has the saw. This is going to be one of your most important tools, is this Swiss Army knife. Facts. And all this stuff I showed you, this is at the top of the list in terms of survival. I'm telling you now. And you gotta have the saw. This is going to make life much easier. Because a knife don't cut like a saw. And you might want to cut some rope or something quickly. You can't be playing when you're out here trying to survive. So when you search Swiss Army knives, make sure it's the one with the saw. I had to go through a bunch to find this one. This one's kind of hidden. Okay? This is the one. If you get some of these things that I've showed you, you should be all right. They're all going to come. You're going to end up with a bunch of these to charge up your various devices. And you should be fine. You should be able to at least survive. But if you don't, put any energy into these types of things and your lights and stuff go off, you're going to be out of it. Okay? You know, much respect to the people in Indiana and all them. But you've got to have things that have a solar charger. If they had these solar chargers on a lot of their things, they would be able to go outside and sit with their weapons or go in the house where there's a window where the sun come in, if you want to stay safe, and sit these items in the sun. And you got radio, you got light, you got everything you need. They should have, if they live in their place, they should have heaters. They should have solar heaters. You know, those are cheap. You sit them in the sun, turn them on, and keep yourself warm. They should have cookers. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. This is a solar cooker. Pharaoh sent me that. Pharaoh in the chat sent me this. This is a solar cooker. So this can help cook your food, right? This is a solar cooker. If you got this, all you have to do is sit this in the sun and you got food, right? So you sit this in the sun, right? And this opens up like this. The top comes off, you put your liquid in here. When you sit this in the sun, the solar is going to heat this up and make this boiling hot. So now all you got to do, if you want to, you can actually put your food in here while it's heating up. And then all you got to do is make your soup or whatever. All you got to do is open this up and pour your hot, see, solar cooker. And all you got to do, this is going to be boiling hot. And now you can make soup, noodles, or whatever, because you have hot water. You can also use this to wash up if you need hot water. This is very, very handy for survival. This is a solar cooker, right? This is a must. Yeah, Pharaoh sent me this. This is a must. You sit this in the sun, it's going to get hot, and you got food. You got beans, or whatever you want to cook to survive. This is called a Peak Prepper's Peak, right? Right? This is from Prepper's Peak. This is for real survival, okay? All right, see? You put the water in there. You sit it in the sun. And now you got your soup or whatever with your hot water, right? So you got hot water. So if you got your noodles, you're good to go. You know what I'm saying? If you got your ramen noodles, you're straight. or beans or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I would say ramen noodles first would be a good thing to have in your crib for emergencies because ramen noodles cook the quickest. Beans take too long. You know what I'm saying? You want the ramen noodles. Uh, the ramen noodles I be using is Lotus. Lotus is my favorite and most natural. Okay, Lotus Foods is my favorite uh, noodles, especially the these right here, but especially on I like some of the healthiest ones. Okay, so these are some of the ones I buy. But my favorite is the miso. The red miso is the one my favorite. Okay, hard to find, but it's the best one. Let me see if I can find it. That's my favorite. Is the as you can see, it's hard to find, but this one right here, the red miso. This one is the best one, but to each his own. All right. Um, this one is the best one right here. The red miso, as far as taste goes, to me. And this one is the hardest to find too. This one is the hardest to find. So I usually stock up on this one right here. I ordered it off of Whole Foods. I mean off of Amazon. I ordered it off of Amazon. This one, that one is the hardest to find. But I ordered it off of Amazon. Have them deliver it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard to find it. It's hard to find it. Okay. If you like ramen noodles, these are the best you're gonna ever find. Lotus Food, the red miso soup. Oh my God. So you get a bunch of pack of these and keep them put up, and anything go wrong, you're good. Here you get a 10 pack for $25, but a lot of times you can catch them on sale. You can catch them on sale. But that's enough to stop you from starving. Bow and arrows are cool, but crossbows, you know what I'm saying? Crossbows would be probably easier to conceal depending. Crossbows do kind of be kind of wide though, so maybe a bow and arrow could be, you know, maybe a bow and arrow. The bow, the bow is always kind of big and got to go across your back, so. I would have to think about that. But as far as being quiet, definitely. You might not want those bang sound. But I would think if you can close those arms, I would think this would be better. More concealable than a bow. I just wouldn't want no bow over my back. You know, I'd want something small. I would think. All right, y'all. So that's that. I hope y'all learned from that. I'm going to leave all of that on here in case people do want to do some survival. But the purpose of this live stream was to encourage y'all to have some more children. Children are very, very, very important. And we have to keep our population rate up, or pretty soon we're going to be third. The Hispanic Mexicans are going to pass us. They're right behind us. And if the Mexicans move up to number 2 and we move to number 3, that is going to be, it's going to affect our economy for sure. That's going to increase their economy because they're going to have just that many more people to sell to. And while we're at 2.1 trillion, they could easily move up to 3 trillion. We could move down to 1.8 or something like that. So the concept of not having no babies, I don't know who came up with that. Thinking that that's going to mean more money. No. And that's going to hurt you in every kind of way. Every kind of way. That's going to hurt you economically for sure. All you're going to do is make money and try to have more babies again. And the concept that babies stop you from making money, I don't believe that. I don't believe children. I don't see that. If you have two children and that stop you from making money, you ain't making no money anyway. Because I don't see how if you're making good money, I don't see how a two bedroom is going to make any difference between a one bedroom. I don't see that. I don't see how a three bedroom, because a house is a house and a house is going to come with a certain amount of bedrooms anyway. And then certain rooms in the house can be converted to bedrooms. So it's very easy for a smaller house to still have three bedrooms. Uh, so I haven't bought into the idea that not having children uh, increases your income. Most people say because of college. Mm, that doesn't sound realistic either. Because if your child goes to high school and do well, they get scholarships anyway. So I mean that's going to come down to parenting. If you're a good parent and your children go in there and knock them A's out and a couple B's, they're gonna get free rides anyway. They're gonna get a lot of money to go to college, and they're gonna get money that they gotta pay back. So if your child goes to school and get good grades and then go to college to go into medical, right? And then your child got a bill that they got to pay to school from any school loans. If your child is a nurse or a doctor or something medical, they're going to be able to knock that out like that ain't nothing with the amount of money they're going to make with their profession. So typically, it looks to me that people that's getting in trouble for school loans are taking the wrong classes and coming out and getting jobs that's not going to allow you to pay the school loan. Like, what did you go to school to take? In some cases, if your child ain't taking the major courses, I don't know why you send them into college to take garbage classes. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it real. To me, I don't really see paying the college if it ain't for medical. To me, like to me, if my child want to go to college, they got to take medical. They got to be a nurse. They got to do X-ray, something like that. Other than that, there's no way I would spend no money send my kid to no university unless they took medical. If they didn't take medical, I would send my kid to trade school, be an electrician, a plumber, so they could get paid. I wouldn't have them waste their time. I know. My son, he go to plumb. He'll go learn plumbing, electrician, carpentry. You know, I wouldn't have my kid just in college taking. A lot of these people sending their kids to school in college, they take a straight jump. You know what I'm saying? What you taking in college? I'm taking, what is that? Like, why'd you going to college if you ain't taking medical, some kind of medical? I mean, unless you're going to be a lawyer, but lawyer is harder than medical in most cases. You know, they only, you got to be at the top of the top of the top a lot of times. It's not as necessary as a doctor. Lawyers are necessary, but not like doctors, not like nurses, not like the people that do the x-rays, not like dentists, not like they're not important like that. you know Not as important as the people that do all the scanning and all that. I mean, that's where the money's at if you're going to go to college. So straight up, my daughter took medical. That's why as soon as she go and finish this test and start working, she's going to be straight. She just took a little break. College was a lot. Medical school was a lot. So she had to chill out. And she was like, went through COVID. A lot of those kids that went to school through COVID, it wasn't like normal school. They had to go longer because school was closed. So they had a very unusual college experience, the COVID. That's going to be all kind of documentaries about the COVID college students because the schools were closed down and all kind of crazy stuff my daughter went through. But she going to get paid, though. So you parents out there watching me, medical, if your son and and your daughter, if they go and they become like RNs and stuff like that, that's big money. And let them know they ain't even got work in the hospital. They can work for like insurance companies. For real. They ain't got work in the hospital. They can go work for Blue Cross Blue Shield and make a fortune with medical records and stuff. You have to know that stuff to get those medical record jobs, which is good money. So just because your child go to medical school do not mean they got to work in no hospital or no doctor's office. They can work with insurance companies and make a fortune. They can go work for Blue Cross Blue Shield and make a fortune. I'm telling you. And the more education they got, the higher they're going to be up at the company. Ask somebody. And they can work from home. They're going to be at home like this getting paid. Sipping their coffee or their juice or their tea and getting paid and take their break and can watch their soap operas or talk on the phone and then finish their break. They ain't got to drive to work and they ain't got to come home. And all they got to do is wear their top. They don't have to have nothing. They can have their pajamas on and just this top in case they got to talk live to somebody and have a meeting, internet meeting at the job. Other than that, ain't nobody even going to see them. They could be in their house coat because they just talking to patients. They not looking at them. Make a fortune. I'm telling you. All right, y'all. So positive energy all the time. I hope y'all learn from this. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody be fooling y'all out there. And remember, like marriage and children create motivation. Don't let nobody tell you marriage and children make you broke. Marriage and children make you get more money, make you motivated, make you don't be no bum. You know what I'm saying? Make you go out there and get it. Also, children is the best, the best investment is children. I'm telling you. Children is a great investment, but you have to work your investment. There's too many people that pretend they invested in their children. They didn't. You didn't invest time. You didn't invest discipline. You didn't make that child be nothing. So now you feel like you took a loss. You didn't make them do their homework. You didn't insist they get A's. You did not really invest in that child. You just sent them to school. But if you invest in them, they're going to come back. It's going to pay off. That's a fact. Straight up. That's one of the best investments, and it's always been a great investment. Why you think so many parents sent their children to college? Because it pays off. But what are they taking at college? And now we at the period where you might have to send them to trade school, start trying to talk to them more about being an electrician, plumbers, carpenters, starting roofing companies. People make a lot of money if they know auto mechanics, but you have to get your paperwork, your degree, your paperwork for auto mechanic, so you can work at the top auto places. These guys making money working at the Cadillac dealer and working at the Dodge and Ford. I don't know what you think them mechanics is making, but they're getting paid, okay? How much you think the mechanic making at the Mercedes-Benz dealer when you bring your car in there? Come on, man, dude making good money. So you got to start looking at trades. Foundation Black America, you got to start looking at trades. You ever took your laptop back to Best Buy? And you got to give it to the dude? How much you think he making? He making good money. The computer guy that you drop your computer off to get fixed at Best Buy, how much you think they making? They're not making pennies. They getting paid. Okay? People that know how to open these computers and fix these computers are getting paid a lot. Electronics is good money. But you got to go get the degree. You got to go get your certificate to show. I'm telling you. So everybody ain't meant to just go blindly to college. As time goes, young people, you got to start looking at what profession. What's the profession that's paying? You can't just blindly send them to college. But medical is going to be paying for a minute because they do not have the robots and technology together. It's going to be another 10, 15 years for that be good enough to take over medical. They got a way to go. It's coming, but not no time soon. Because ain't nobody going to want no robot to do no doggone surgery yet. It's going to take a while to get the public to agree to that. Dentists making a lot of money. But there's always going to be a few dentists. There's going to be hella nurses. I know CNA and RN on up. They don't get paid. Doctors too, if you're willing to go longer. But for a lot of people, you don't want to go that long. So nurses is great. Go as high as you can go as a nurse. That's good money. Nurses have to constantly retire. Nurses have to retire. They need new ones. If they don't want to go into medical, then they got to make them go into a trade. If you got two sons that's 2 years apart, you make the first one go for electrician, then you make the second one go for electrician. Now they got a business. Facts. You make the first one go for plumbing, then you make the second son go for plumbing. Now they got a business. The first one can hold it down till his little brother get out. Once his little brother get out, they finna get paid. All right? Let me tell y'all something. You and your two sons do plumbing. They in the area. Do you know how often basements floods? And do you know when basement floods, we be at them homes trying to call somebody to come to get that water out of there? And do you know the first person that come get the job? We don't got time to keep looking. We be desperate. We be calling everybody in that phone book. And a lot of time they can't come. This one can't come. This the fourth one could come. What the first thing we say? How soon you could be there? They say we on our way. We can be there in 20 minutes. They finna get paid to get that water out that basement. I'm telling you. Towing, money. Yeah, tow trucks. Money. Free money. Auto mechanic with his paperwork. Money. Money. If they go to school for it and they got their paperwork, money. The things that people gotta have a professional for. That's where the money's at. And the things where people gotta have a professional for is double money, because now that allow them to work for somebody and to moonshine. They allowed to work as long as they want to work. So if you got two sons that know auto mechanics good enough to get a job at the Cadillac dealer or something, they can go work at the Cadillac dealer and then they can have their own garage and they could be doing jobs in the evening time. They could be doing jobs on the weekend. They could be stacking. They're like, we work for the Cadillac dealer Monday through Friday, but then on Saturday, we be at our own garage. They could stack. I'm telling you, those, yeah. You want your children to learn something that can't nobody else do. You just can't do this. You know how much money my daddy made with carpentry? If you're a professional carpenter, you have no idea how much you can make. As a kid, on the weekend, I would be making 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, $800. Real talk, depending on the job. Because my daddy knew carpentry. He worked for CTA, where there's a whole bunch of men, and they'd be like, and this is how my daddy made money. Say one of the guys there, he wanted a new porch. His porch getting messed up. So because my daddy learned carpentry in Alabama, and he's so good, when he come and build your porch is immaculate, it's beautiful, it's big, it's strong, because he come from the old school. So he make it where I'm going to put these here so the kid can't fall through the baluster. He not going to make your baluster where your kid can do that and fall through. We're going to put the cross things in the down the stairs where the kids can't fall off the stairs and all that. So when my daddy make demands porch, redo the porch, guess what happened? The neighbor come out. Hey, you're doing a great job. How much? We end up doing porches all the way down because people is in the porch is in the backyard. So when all the neighbors come in the backyard, they can all see the porches all the way down this way. So we end up doing how many porches on that block? And he worked for CTA, so he was getting them jobs from everybody, getting them jobs. But he had the advantage because he worked with thousands of men. So he was like, that's how he was coming up. You might not get nobody to do no porch, but unstopping basements and toilets and stuff, shh, that's a 911. Unstopping sinks, toilets, basements, that's a 911. Towing cars, that's a 911. Those people making money because you got to call them now. You can't wait. They got to come now. But medical, radiation, right? Taking the X-rays and all that. Hey, that's the 911 of 911s. The hospital don't close. Yeah, the hospital don't close. So listen, get these children in school and get them some education. And y'all start getting married and stop getting married women and taking men's money and divorcing taking men money where you just try to get married to rob somebody. Y'all got to get married and really be in love and really be a real family and try to stay together as long as y'all can. It's hard, but if the marriage don't work out, you don't throw the family away because the marriage don't work out. You just don't be together, but you still got to look out for the family. So men, the marriage didn't work out with the wife or the woman, but still take care of the babies, still take care of the kids, still invest in the kids. Invest in the kids. Make sure that the kids go get a good education. That's an investment that pays back. I'm telling you. It's an investment that pays back. It's a good place to put your money into your children to get a real nice profession. And that money be there in case you need it too. It's one of the best investments you can make. I'm telling you. Because those investments, your children able to go get a real good job, and now they're able to buy property, which adds more assets to the family, right? So it's just assets on top of assets. A great job, homes. Imagine you got 3 children and they all in the medical. And somebody telling you, you only need to have 3 babies. 3 babies gonna make you broke. How? How 3 babies gonna make you broke if your 3 children are RNs? People talking stupid. You know how much money that is? No, the reason children make them broke because they don't be good parents. They don't make sure the children go and do what's necessary to survive. People say, "What about you?" Shit, I was smart. I took music. I'm just a hustler. Want to do it my way. But right now, I can go brush up and go on tour right now. Right now, it's August. By December, I could be on tour. Sometime by November, I could be on tour right now. All I got to do is pick which instrument I want to play because I play multiple instruments. Like if I want to play bass, just get my fingers hard. They're not hard enough. They're supposed to sound like that. All I got to do is get my bass and then go. And then all you got to look, they're going to be always looking. Gladys Knight on tour. This one, they musicians is highly wanted for the good jobs. Yeah, tours. Somebody somebody got to go on tour. Somebody got to play the music. Somebody got to play music. And if you're real good at music and you can play all kind of music, you can play. You could be on a jazz tour, R&B tour, country, any type of tour. You could be on it. Classical. If you can play an instrument, you can get money for your whole life until you can't play no more. I'm telling you. Don't let nobody fool you. At my age right now, I'm still in good shape. I can go I don't even have to go on tour with no major group. I can go put a band together right now and make money. A lot of it. A lot of it. I could be playing at these bars. I'd be the house band. You make a lot of money, man, playing music. I made a lot of money playing reggae. Don't let nobody fool you. I made a lot of money playing reggae. Don't let nobody fool you. There's reggae artists out here right now need a bass player right now or a keyboard player right now to go to Europe and to go on them tours. Right now. You're going to travel everywhere. You're going to get paid. Big shows, too. All you got to do is master your craft. I could play bass with somebody and make some good money. If I want to make some big money, I could put my whole own band together. Right? So now I got a whole reggae band. So now I can contact all the reggae artists. Say, I got the whole band. And they'll be like, well, yeah, Sizzla with Roots Reggae Band. And we got that. Don't. We gonna get paid. All we gotta do is learn. Yeah, that's all we need. That's it. We get paid. Drum. All I need is a drummer, bass, 2 guitar players. If I got a singer, that's cool. But if I got horns, even better. Because a lot of times the main artist will bring his own singer if he wants a singer. All we got to do is be able to play the rhythm section and the bass and the drums. We're going to get rich. And get to see the world and all that. Like if you got a skill that can't nobody just do, you're going to make money. I think about me, I play any kind of music, so I'll make money because we could do R&B. You want to do R&B, jazz, what you want to do? But especially R&B and reggae, I'm going to get paid. Easy. Oh, Lionel Richie, okay, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. But he's a brick. Boom, 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 boom. House. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. All I do is go look at the song list, how the song go, how many bars, this. I do that all day in my sleep. You know what I'm saying? Then dress, you know what I'm saying? I might got to look a kind of certain kind of way. The band might got to look. They might have on like silver suits or whatever the scheme is. Wow, free money. Because you got talent, you know. To the young people, get you some talent. Learn how to play an instrument. Learn how to do something where just anybody can't do it and go make you some money. If you're a parent, make sure your child learn the necessary thing to make money. If you do that as a parent, it's going to pay off to have a child. I don't know why people lying, telling you that having a family and a child going to make you broke. How? But yet you turn on the TV, so all them actors on 50 Cent show, they mamas and them broke. You confusing me. No, if you got a skill, you're going to make money. Just like that. Don't let nobody have some babies. Babies equal money. Babies equal money. And grandbabies equal money too. Don't let nobody fool you. Babies equal money. And everybody here on this in America that's rich used to be a baby. Let that sink in. Everybody that's getting rich was a baby, wasn't they? All right then. So how does babies make you broke? 50 Cent used to be a baby. Jay-Z used to be a baby. Beyonce used to be a baby. I'm just saying. Y'all better stop letting people lie to y'all. It's what you put into that baby. The number one asset in the world, still, even with robots, computer, the number one sought after thing in the world is humans. Ladies, send them beautiful pictures in. Victory.